welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. I was rearranging furniture when I noticed it, a doorway at the end of the hall where there had only ever been a blank wall. My stomach twisted. The air smelled stale, tinged with something bitter like aged wood. My hands trembled as I stepped closer. Inside, the room was fully furnished, dusty, but lived in. And on the dresser, a picture frame faced toward me. My breath caught. It was a photo of me. Not just any photo, one I'd never seen before. I stood in unfamiliar surroundings, smiling at whoever held the camera. The expression in my eyes looked wrong, distant, as if something had been lost between the moment and the capture. I picked up the frame, running my finger along the edge. The glass was cool against my skin, almost unnaturally so, as if it had been kept in a freezer. "This isn't possible," I whispered, my voice seeming to fall flat in the strange acoustics of the room. The walls were painted a faded blue, with water stains creeping down from the ceiling in irregular patterns that almost resembled faces if I looked too long. A single bed sat against the far wall, neatly made with sheets that smelled of mothballs, and something else, a scent I couldn't quite place, but that triggered an instinctive recoil. The floorboards creaked beneath my weight in a rhythm that felt deliberate. I backed away, clutching the photograph. As I reached the doorway, a whisper of air brushed past my ear, so faint it might have been imagination. I turned, but the hallway behind me was empty. The sound came again, this time from inside the room, a soft rustling like papers disturbed by a draft. That night I couldn't sleep. I sat up researching the history of my house, checking blueprints at the county records office online. Nothing indicated an additional room should exist where I had found one. The original builder had long since passed away. Previous owners reported nothing unusual. I sealed the door with duct tape across the frame, a childish gesture perhaps, but it gave me a fragment of comfort. By morning, the tape had fallen to the floor, not torn but neatly removed, as if someone had carefully peeled it away. I began documenting everything. I set up a camera facing the door, took photographs of the room from every angle, recorded audio while asking questions to the empty air. The camera battery drained within minutes of recording. The photographs developed with strange light anomaly streaks and orbs that technicians couldn't explain. The audio recordings captured nothing but static, except for one section where, beneath the white noise, something that might have been a voice whispered my name. My friends thought I was losing my mind when I told them. "Show us," they said, so I brought them to the hallway. They stared at the blank wall where I saw a door, exchanged worried glances when I insisted on its existence. When I tried to walk through the doorway that only I could see, they grabbed my arms, their fingers digging into my flesh as I struggled against them. "There's nothing there," they insisted, their voices blending into a chorus of concern. But I felt the threshold beneath my feet, saw the dusty room beyond. The photograph of myself still sat on the dresser, but now it had changed. My smile was gone, replaced by an expression of dawning horror. I stopped telling people. Instead, I began keeping a journal, filling pages with detailed observations. The room changed subtly each day. Objects moved positions. The bed sheets rumpled as if someone had sat there, the water stains on the wall growing larger, their face-like patterns becoming more defined. One night I awoke to the sound of footsteps in the hallway, soft, measured steps that paused outside my bedroom. The floorboards in my room began to vibrate, a gentle hum that traveled up through the bed frame and into my bones. The doorknob to my bedroom turned slowly, metal scraping against metal. I held my breath, heart hammering against my ribs. The door opened a crack, then stopped. Between the door and frame, I saw nothing but darkness, not the darkness of my hallway, but something deeper, absolute. The vibration intensified, and with it came that bitter smell from the room, now mixed with something metallic. "Who are you?" I called out, my voice breaking. The door closed with a soft click. The footsteps retreated down the hall toward the room that shouldn't exist. I followed, driven by a need to understand that overrode my fear. The door to the impossible room stood wide open, spilling a pale blue light into the hallway. Inside, the room had changed again. The walls were now covered in writing, my handwriting, thousands of words overlapping, most illegible, but some phrases stood out. It knows I see it, and the room is growing. The photograph on the dresser had changed again. Now it showed me standing in this very room, looking at the photograph, creating an infinite recursion of images within images. But in each smaller version, my expression grew more distorted, more desperate. When I tried to leave, the doorway seemed farther away than before. I took one step, then another, but the threshold remained distant. Panic surged through me as I broke into a run, finally tumbling through the doorway back into my hallway. When I turned around, gasping for breath, the door was gone. Only the blank wall remained. I pressed my palm against the solid surface where the door had been. The wall felt warm, almost feverish, and seemed to pulse gently beneath my hand like something alive. I snatched my hand away when I realized the pulse matched my own heartbeat perfectly. The next day I noticed changes in my house. Rooms seemed slightly smaller, hallways a bit longer. The angles where walls met ceilings no longer formed perfect corners, but bent at subtly wrong angles that strained my eyes when I tried to focus on them. Windows showed different views depending on where I stood to look through them. I began marking the walls with pencil, measuring distances between rooms. The measurements changed overnight, always by small amounts, an inch here, half an inch there, as if the house were slowly rearranging itself around a new center. That center was where the room had appeared. I set up microphones throughout the house, recording day and night. When I played back the recordings, I could hear soft scratching sounds coming from inside the walls. On one recording, beneath the scratching, my voice whispered words I had never spoken. "The room wants me to come back." I tried to leave the house to stay with friends, but something always drew me back. Each time I reached the end of the street, a crushing weight of anxiety would bear down on me until I turned around. The farthest I managed was the local coffee shop, where I sat trembling for nearly an hour before the overwhelming urge to return home became unbearable. One night I woke to find myself standing in the hallway, facing the blank wall. My hand was raised, fingers splayed against the surface, which now felt soft and yielding, like membrane rather than plaster and wood. My reflection stared back at me from the wall's surface, but it moved independently, its lips forming words I couldn't hear. I jerked my hand away, but my skin adhered to the wall momentarily before pulling free with a sound like tape being removed. On my palm, a perfect imprint of the wood grain remained, etched in red as if pressed into my flesh. The next morning, I found a journal entry written in my handwriting that I had no memory of writing. "The room has always been here. I am the one who is new. It waited for someone who could see it. Now that I have acknowledged it, it grows stronger. It feeds on my perception. Every glance gives it more substance in this reality." That night, I covered the wall with a bookcase. I pushed the heavy oak shelf against the surface, wedging it firmly in place. For good measure, I piled books on the floor in front of it, creating a barrier that would make noise if disturbed. I woke to the sound of pages rustling. In the dim pre-dawn light, I saw the books hovering in midair, their pages fluttering as if in a strong breeze, though the air was still. As I watched, frozen in my bed, the books arranged themselves into a perfect spiral pattern on the floor, all open to specific pages. When I gathered enough courage to examine them, I found that certain words had been circled in red ink across different books. Strung together, they formed a message. The room is not in the house is in the room. My hands shook as I approached the bookcase. It had moved several inches away from the wall, enough for someone to slip behind it. The wall behind was no longer blank. A door stood there, slightly ajar, a dim blue light spilling from the crack. I squeezed behind the bookcase and stood before the door. The wood felt warm beneath my fingers as I pushed it open. The room had grown considerably larger. The bed was gone, as was the dresser with the photograph. Instead, the space stretched out impossibly far, the faded blue walls receding into darkness in all directions. And there were others in the room, now shadowy figures that moved at the edge of vision, never quite solid enough to make out clearly. They whispered among themselves, falling silent whenever I tried to focus on their words. In the center of the room stood a table that hadn't been there before. On it lay a stack of photographs, all of me, all in places I'd never been, with people I'd never met. In each image, my eyes looked wrong, my smile stretched too wide. Behind the photographs lay a map. I recognized my neighborhood, my street, my house, but the map extended far beyond the boundaries I knew, into regions labeled with names in a script I couldn't read. My house was marked with a red X, and from it, lines radiated outward like a web, connecting to other excess scattered across the impossible geography. A note beside the map read, "Every house has a room that doesn't exist until someone notices it. You noticed yours, now it notices you." I backed away, but the doorway behind me had vanished. The room stretched endlessly in all directions, the blue walls pulsing gently in rhythm with my panicked heartbeat. The shadowy figures drew closer, their whispers growing louder, more insistent. One detached itself from the others, approaching me with familiar movements. As it drew nearer, features resolved themselves into a face, my face, but with subtle wrongness in the proportions, as if someone had tried to create a copy from an imperfect memory. "Who are you?" I asked again. The figure tilted its head, mimicking my movement perfectly. "I am the one who lived here before you noticed," it said in my voice. "The one who will remain after you become part of the walls." I ran, the room extended before me, seemingly without end, but I ran until my lungs burned and my legs trembled. After what felt like hours, I collapsed to my knees, gasping for breath. When I looked up, I was back at the table with the photographs and map. The figure with my face stood waiting. "No one leaves the room once they truly see it," it said, "but the room can grow. It can expand through your eyes into the world outside." It held out a photograph to me, a new one. In it, I stood in my bedroom, sleeping peacefully, while a figure that looked exactly like me watched from the doorway, its eyes reflecting light like a cat's. "The room needs a witness in the world," it said, "someone to find others who can see." I understood then. The room had been waiting for someone like me, someone who could perceive its existence despite reality's insistence otherwise. Now it had me. It wanted to expand further, using me as its conduit. I live in my house again now. Everything seems normal to casual observers. Friends who visit notice nothing unusual. The hallway ends in a blank wall, just as it should. But I know better. I feel the room behind me always, expanding through the walls of perception. Sometimes I catch reflections of it in mirrors, windows, or puddles, glimpses of blue walls and shadowy figures with familiar faces. I keep finding photographs I never took, showing moments I never experienced. The latest one shows me sitting in a coffee shop across from a stranger, pointing to something in a newspaper. The stranger is looking at the spot with an expression of dawning recognition. I understand my role now. I am the room's eyes in the world, seeking others who might notice the spaces between reality, those who might see the doors that shouldn't be there. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I see through the eyes of someone else, someone who is just beginning to notice an anomaly in their home. A door that wasn't there before, a room that couldn't possibly exist. And I feel the room grow larger still. If you're reading this and you've noticed something strange about your home, a space that doesn't make sense, angles that shouldn't be possible, a door that no one built, then you've already caught its attention. Whatever you do, don't go inside. But we both know you will. Story 2, I first noticed it in my rearview mirror. A dark sedan, its headlights off, keeping pace with me no matter which turns I took. The air smelled damp, heavy with the scent of rain-soaked pavement. My pulse quickened as I pulled into my driveway. The car didn't stop, didn't pass me. It just sat at the end of the street, waiting. That night I drew my curtains tight. The fabric felt unusually cold against my fingertips, almost damp, though my house was dry and warm. Sleep came reluctantly, broken by the soft scraping sounds from outside, like metal dragging gently across asphalt. When morning arrived, I convinced myself it had been the wind moving branches against my window. My morning coffee tasted wrong, metallic and bitter. I poured it down the drain and made another cup. The second tasted the same. As I left for work, I noticed tire marks on my driveway, cutting in an arc that shouldn't have been possible from the street. My neighbor waved from across the way, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. "New car?" he asked, nodding toward my driveway. "No," I replied, looking at my same old hatchback I'd owned for years. He muttered, his gaze lingering on something behind me. Could have sworn I saw a dark sedan parked there when I got up to use the bathroom. At work, my computer screen flickered whenever I tried to search about strange cars following people home. Each keystroke felt heavier than the last, and the office sounds seemed to muffle around me whenever I tried to read about stalking or harassment. During lunch, I found a business card on my windshield, blank except for a black border. The cardstock felt warm despite the cool autumn air. That evening, I took a different route home, north instead of east, back roads instead of the main street. In the gathering dusk, my headlights caught a reflective surface far behind me, twin pinpricks of light where headlights should be. I accelerated. The lights kept pace. I turned down a narrow road between dense trees. The lights followed. I pulled into a gas station, parking where I could watch the entrance. Nothing followed me in. But as I paid for my gas, I noticed a small toy car by the register, a black sedan, exactly like the one I'd seen. The cashier didn't know where it came from. "Must belong to some kid who forgot it," she said, but her voice wavered slightly. "Can I have it?" I asked. She shrugged and pushed it toward me. The toy felt unnaturally heavy in my palm and cold like metal left in a freezer. When I arrived home, all my lights were on, though I was certain I'd turned them off that morning. The house smelled of gasoline and wet leather. In my living room, the furniture had been shifted subtly. almost imperceptibly, but enough that the walking paths were slightly narrower. My throat tightened as I checked each room, finding nothing missing but everything slightly altered. The bathroom mirror seemed to reflect my movements with a delay so slight I questioned my perception. That night I set up my phone to record the street outside my bedroom window. I locked every door, checked every window, and wedged chairs against entryways. Sleep came in fragments, broken by the sound of an engine idling, growing louder and softer as if passing by repeatedly. In my half-dreaming state, I imagined the car driving in circles around my house, spiraling inward with each pass. Morning revealed nothing on my recording, just static and occasional wind, but my bedroom doorknob had smudges of something black like oil or grease. The toy car I'd placed on my nightstand now sat in the center of my kitchen table. I called in sick to work and spent the day researching. Old forum posts mentioned similar experiences: dark vehicles following people home, strange occurrences afterward, objects moving. Most of the accounts ended abruptly, the users never posting again. One detailed thread from a woman describing the exact same model of car ended with a final post from her husband: "She's gone missing. If anyone has information, please contact me." The toy car leaked a small puddle of dark fluid onto my table. When I tried to wipe it up, the liquid moved away from the paper towel, gathering itself back together like mercury. The smell of gasoline grew stronger. That evening I packed a bag. Whatever was happening, I needed distance. As I loaded my car, my neighbor approached. "Heading out of town?" he asked, his voice sounding flatter than usual. "Just for a few days." He nodded, his gaze drifting toward my driveway. "Might be good to get away. Strange things happening lately. My security camera caught something odd last night." My skin prickled. "What did it catch?" "A car parking in your driveway around midnight. Nobody got out. It just sat there for hours, engine running, then it was gone." He tilted his head. "Weird thing is, when I checked the footage again this morning, it was gone. The recording just shows your empty driveway all night." I thanked him with a dry mouth and finished loading my car. The sky darkened quickly as I pulled away from my house. In the rearview mirror, I saw my neighbor standing motionless on his lawn, watching until I turned the corner. The highway stretched empty before me as night fully descended. My radio turned itself on static at first, then fragments of voices, words cutting in and out, returning and home and waiting, emerging from the white noise. I switched it off. It turned back on. My headlights illuminated a sign for a rest area ahead. I pulled in, needing a moment to collect myself. The parking lot was empty except for a dark shape at the far end, a black sedan, identical to the one that had followed me. Its engine was running, wispy exhaust visible in the cold air. I didn't stop. I accelerated back onto the highway, pressing the gas pedal until my engine whined. The next exit led to a motel with a flickering vacancy sign. The clerk barely looked up as I paid in cash and took the key to room 17. The room smelled of gasoline. The bathroom mirror showed my reflection exhausted, pale, but when I turned away, I caught the mirror still moving in my peripheral vision. Something dark dripped from the faucet, not water, but the same black fluid from the toy car. I sat on the bed, my back against the headboard, determined to stay awake through the night. The toy car was in my jacket pocket. I hadn't packed it, hadn't brought it, but there it was. Somewhere nearby, an engine idled. The motel room phone rang. I stared at it, counting each shrill bell. On the 7th ring, I answered. Silence, then a voice distorted as if speaking through a damaged speaker. We're outside your house." "I'm not at my house," I whispered. "Yes," the voice agreed. "You've gone, but we're still there, waiting for you to come back. We always wait." The line went dead, the bedside lamp flickered, then brightened almost painfully. When it returned to normal, the toy car was sitting on the nightstand, facing me. I must have fallen asleep despite my determination because I woke to knocking. Soft, rhythmic taps against my motel room door. The digital clock displayed flashing zeros. The knocking continued, perfectly timed like a metronome. "Who is it?" I called out. The knocking stopped. Then, from directly outside my window, an engine started. I peered through a gap in the curtains. A dark sedan sat in front of my room, headlights off, engine purring. The driver's window lowered slowly, but I couldn't see anyone inside, just darkness deeper than the night around it. My phone lit up with a notification. A security app I'd installed showed movement at my house, my front door opening, closing. Empty rooms filling with shadows that shouldn't be there, moving in coordinated patterns like a silent, methodical search party. The car outside my motel room revved its engine. On the nightstand, the toy car trembled, vibrating in time with the real car's engine. I understood then this wasn't about following me, it was about leading me. Every step I'd taken to escape had been anticipated, accommodated, encouraged. The car hadn't followed me home that first night. It had found its way home to me. My phone showed more movement in my house shadows, converging in my bedroom, gathering around my bed, waiting for an occupant who wasn't there. Outside, the car's engine died. The silence that followed pressed against my ears. The toy car stopped vibrating. My phone screen went black, then displayed a map, a route leading from the motel back to my house. A message appeared, "Return journey initiated." Despite myself, I began packing my bag. My hands moved automatically, efficiently. I found myself walking to the door, unlocking it, stepping outside into the cool night air. The dark sedan waited, passenger door ajar, no driver visible. I slid into the passenger seat. The door closed itself. As we pulled away from the motel, I caught my reflection in the side mirror. My eyes looked wrong, darker, deeper. My expression seemed delayed compared to what I felt, as if my reflection needed time to catch up to my movements. The car knew the way home, it always had. And somehow I knew this wouldn't end with our arrival. This was merely the beginning of whatever journey we were meant to take together. The car had found me, chosen me, changed me. My house was just the first destination. Now I sit in my living room writing this down. The dark sedan waits in my garage. Sometimes I hear its engine turn over by itself, impatient. The toy version sits on my coffee table, occasionally moving a few inches when I'm not looking directly at it. My neighbor doesn't wave anymore. When I look out my window, I sometimes catch him staring at my house, his expression troubled. Once I saw him pointing his phone at my driveway, as if taking pictures of something I couldn't see. The black fluid has spread. I find traces of it in my sink, in my coffee cup, under my fingernails. My reflection continues to lag behind my movements, the delay growing longer each day. Tonight, the car wants to go out again. I can feel its pull, its hunger for the road, and I'll go with it because I understand now that I've become like the car, both passenger and vehicle, carrying something dark and patient inside me. If you see a dark sedan following you home, don't look at it directly. don't acknowledge its presence. And whatever you do, don't let it wait outside your house. Because it's not really following you. It's bringing something home. Story 3. The basement had always been unfinished, just bare concrete walls and storage boxes stacked in the corners. But tonight, as I carried down a load of laundry, my stomach lurched. A door, rusted metal, bolted shut, set into the far wall. The air smelled damp, thick with the scent of old wood and something metallic. My fingers brushed the handle. It was warm, and then, from the other side, I heard breathing. I dropped the laundry basket. Socks and t-shirts scattered across the concrete floor as I backed away, my heart hammering against my ribs. That wall had always been solid concrete. I'd lived in this house for 7 years. The basement was the first place I'd renovated after moving in, installing better lighting, sealing cracks. I knew every inch of it. Yet there it stood, a door where no door should be. Rust-flecked metal with a round handle that seemed to pulse with an impossible warmth. I forced myself to approach it again, touching the wall around the frame. The concrete felt normal, cool, and rough against my fingertips, but as my hand neared the door itself, the air grew noticeably warmer, almost humid. The metal frame felt feverish, as if concealing something that burned. "Hello," I called, immediately regretting it. What if something answered? The breathing on the other side stopped abruptly. Silence filled the basement, broken only by the distant hum of the water heater. I pressed my ear against the door, fighting against every instinct screaming at me to run upstairs. A faint smell wafted through the seams, not unpleasant, but unfamiliar, like summer flowers mixed with copper pennies. Sleep eluded me that night. I lay awake, staring at my bedroom ceiling, straining to hear any sound from below. When exhaustion finally pulled me under, my dreams were filled with corridors that twisted in impossible ways, all leading back to that rusted door. Morning brought rational thoughts. Perhaps I'd simply never noticed the door before. Maybe it accessed utility pipes or an old coal chute. The previous owners might have concealed it behind a shelf I'd removed while reorganizing. I called my friend Michael, who had helped me move in years ago. "A door in your basement wall?" he asked, confusion evident in his voice. "No, that wasn't there when we moved your stuff in. We used that wall to stack your boxes against. Remember, it was solid concrete." After hanging up, I grabbed a flashlight and returned to the basement. The door remained unchanged. This time I noticed thin scratches in the metal, not random marks, but deliberate patterns. Symbols perhaps, though none I recognized. My flashlight beam caught something else, a thin line of dark residue seeping from beneath the door. Not water, something thicker with a faint reddish tint. I took photos with my phone. The images came back blurred, the door a smeared outline against the wall. I tried video next. The recording showed the door clearly enough, but when I played it back with volume raised, beneath the sound of my breathing was something else, a faint whisper, too indistinct to make out words. That night I set up a small camera facing the door. I placed a line of salt along the threshold, a superstitious gesture that made me feel foolish, yet somehow necessary. The videos captured nothing unusual until approximately midnight. The infrared showed the door handle turning slowly, rotating a full circle before stopping. No one entered. The door never opened, but the salt line had been disturbed, as if swept aside by something passing through. I began documenting everything in a notebook. The temperature near the door averaged 12 degrees warmer than the rest of the basement. My compass spun erratically when placed against the metal. Plants I brought downstairs, simple potted ferns, withered within hours, their leaves curling and blackening as if burned. My sleep deteriorated. Nightmares plagued what little rest I managed to get. Always the same, walking down the basement stairs to find the door wide open, revealing not a room or passage, but a vast, starless void. In these dreams, something waited just beyond the threshold, inviting me forward. A week passed. Friends noticed my exhaustion, the dark circles beneath my eyes. I made excuses about insomnia, unwilling to share the truth. Who would believe me? I considered moving out, but something kept me rooted to the house. Curiosity, perhaps, or something deeper, more primal. The door had appeared for a reason. It wanted something from me. I needed to understand what. I began speaking to it. Sitting on the basement floor, back against the opposite wall, I would talk for hours about my day, my fears, my childhood. Sometimes I imagined responses in the subtle shifts of air pressure or the occasional creaks from the house settling. One night I brought down my dinner and a bottle of wine. The rational part of my brain had long since surrendered to the impossible reality of my situation. I found myself toasting the door, laughing at jokes no one had told, feeling a strange camaraderie with this impossible thing. "What are you?" I finally asked directly, wine glass empty in my hand. "What do you want from me?" The basement lights flickered, once, twice, then darkness, complete and absolute. Even the ambient light from the small basement window was gone, as if swallowed by something deeper than night. In the darkness, I heard the unmistakable sound of metal grinding against metal, the bolt sliding open. My phone's flashlight revealed the door now standing ajar, open just an inch. No light escaped from whatever lay beyond, but a current of warm air brushed against my face, carrying that strange floral metallic scent, now stronger. Fear paralyzed me, not the automatic terror of something startling or threatening, but a deeper dread, the instinctive recognition that whatever waited beyond that threshold wasn't meant for human comprehension. Yet beneath that fear lay fascination. My hand reached forward without conscious command. My fingers touched the edge of the door, pushing it further open. The hinges moved silently, as if recently oiled. The darkness beyond was absolute. My flashlight beam simply disappeared into it, swallowed without reflection or return. But it wasn't empty. Something moved in that impossible space, shapes forming and dissolving, textures shifting like fabric underwater. A voice whispered my name, not from beyond the door, but inside my head, resonating through bone and tissue. A voice both familiar and alien, as if someone I knew intimately was speaking through a distorted filter. "I've been waiting," it said, the words felt rather than heard, "since before you moved in, since before this house existed, waiting for someone who would notice." My rational mind splintered. Part of me screamed to run upstairs, to call anyone who might help me make sense of this impossibility. But another part recognized the truth in those words. I had noticed. I had seen something hidden from others. I had been chosen. I stepped forward, one foot crossing the threshold. The sensation was indescribable, like stepping from air into water, but without resistance or wetness. My body tingled, every nerve ending simultaneously numb and hypersensitive. The world behind me, my basement, my house, everything I knew seemed suddenly thin and insubstantial. A paper backdrop against the vast reality unfolding before me. I understood with perfect clarity that I could step back, return to my life, pretend this had never happened. The door would disappear. No one would ever know. Or I could step forward into whatever waited for me in that impossible space. I recognized the choice for what it was: irrevocable, final. Behind me, the washing machine switched cycles, the sudden noise startling in the silence. A reminder of normality, of the mundane world I had always known. Before me, the darkness pulsed with potential, with secrets, with answers to questions I hadn't known to ask. My foot hovered over the threshold, my decision balanced on the edge of a blade. And then I made my choice. The door closed behind me with a soft click that echoed across dimensions. No one ever found me, they searched, of course. Friends, family, police, they combed through my house, noted my abandoned phone, my half-eaten dinner in the basement. They found nothing unusual, no door, no explanation. Sometimes, in quiet moments, when the barriers between realities grow thin, I can still see my basement, watch the investigators puzzle over my disappearance, but they're looking in the wrong direction, asking the wrong questions. If you're reading this, perhaps you've noticed something: a door where none should be, a window that shows the wrong view, a staircase with an extra step. My advice: pay attention, document everything, speak to it. But most importantly, when the moment comes to choose, and it will come, know that whatever waits on the other side has always been waiting specifically for you. And it's hungry for your decision. Story 4. I was lying in bed, half asleep, when I noticed it. A shadow stretching across the ceiling, shifting slightly, too fluid to be from the furniture. The air smelled faintly of old fabric and something sharp, like burnt wood. My breath caught as I turned toward the window. Nothing was there, but when I looked back at the ceiling, the shadow had moved. Not much, just an inch or two, but enough that I knew it wasn't my imagination. I blinked hard, expecting it to disappear or reset, but instead it seemed to ripple, like water disturbed by a gentle breeze. My room was otherwise still. No fan running, no trees outside swaying in the wind, nothing that could cast such a mobile shadow. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, my fingers trembling slightly as I turned on the flashlight. The harsh white beam cut through the darkness, and for a moment the shadow vanished. Relief washed over me, but as I lowered the phone, the shadow reappeared, now on the wall beside my bed, closer. Sleep was impossible after that. I sat up against my headboard, knees pulled to my chest, watching. The shadow remained motionless for so long that I started to doubt myself again. Maybe it was just an ordinary shadow after all, cast by something outside my window, something I hadn't noticed. I got up, legs stiff from being tensed for so long, and walked to the window. The sky was overcast, no moon to cast shadows, no street lights within range of my bedroom. I checked every surface in my room, looking for the source, but found nothing. When I returned to bed, the shadow was gone. I laughed quietly at myself, embarrassed by my fear. I must have been in that twilight state between wakefulness and sleep, my mind playing tricks. I settled back under the covers, eyes heavy with exhaustion. The next morning, I woke to find a small black smudge on my forearm, like a bruise but darker, with edges too defined. When I touched it, my skin felt cold, almost numb. I scrubbed at it in the shower, but it remained stubbornly in place. That night, I left my bedside lamp on. Sleep came fitfully, in short bursts interrupted by sudden wakings. Each time my eyes would dart to the ceiling, searching. Nothing appeared, and eventually exhaustion claimed me. I woke to darkness. The lamp had turned off, and there on the ceiling was the shadow, larger now, shaped almost like a person sprawled out above me. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I could only watch as it slowly shifted, its edges bleeding into the paint like ink on wet paper. My mouth was dry, heart hammering against my ribs. The shadow continued to spread, widening across the ceiling until it covered nearly half the surface. Then it stopped, edges trembling slightly as if waiting for something. Without thinking, I whispered, "What are you?" The shadow contracted suddenly, drawing in on itself until it was roughly the size and shape of a human head. It hung there directly above me, then it began to descend. I scrambled out of bed, nearly falling as my feet tangled in the sheets. The shadow remained where it was, suspended in midair now that the ceiling was gone. I backed against the wall, fumbling for the light switch. When I flipped it, nothing happened. I grabbed my phone again, turning on the camera this time. In the screen, my room looked normal, no shadow. But when I looked up with my own eyes, it was still there, pulsing slightly like a heartbeat. I held the phone up, recording the empty space where I knew the shadow hung. Later, I would have proof that I wasn't losing my mind. The shadow began to move again, sliding across the air toward the opposite wall. It stopped at my dresser mirror, hovering over the reflective surface. In the dim light, I could see my own reflection, pale and frightened, but no shadow hanging beside me. As I watched, the surface of the mirror seemed to darken, as if ink was being poured over it from within. The darkness spread until the entire mirror was black. No reflection remained, just a void framed in wood. A soft tapping sound drew my attention back to the ceiling. The shadow was there again, but changed. It had depth now, as if it were a hole rather than a mere absence of light. Something about that void pulled at me, an almost gravitational force urging me to stand beneath it. I resisted, sliding along the wall toward my bedroom door. The shadow followed, matching my movements precisely. When I stopped, it stopped. When I took a tentative step forward, it moved with me. I decided to test it. I raised my right hand slowly. The shadow didn't move. I raised my left hand and still nothing. But when I took another step toward the door, it glided along the ceiling, staying directly above me. That's when I realized it wasn't following my movements. It was positioning itself to be always above me, like it was waiting to drop down. I ran then, yanking the door open and rushing into the hallway. Behind me, I heard the mirror on my dresser crack, a sharp sound like a gunshot. I didn't look back. I spent the night on the couch, lights blazing, jumping at every creak of the house settling. When morning came, I returned cautiously to my bedroom. The mirror was indeed cracked, a single line running diagonally across its surface. The shadow was gone. Over the next few days, I convinced myself it had been a waking nightmare, stress manifesting in a particularly vivid hallucination. The mark on my arm remained, but I covered it with a bandage and tried to forget. I replaced the mirror. I changed the light bulbs in my room. I bought a small dehumidifier, thinking perhaps moisture had somehow damaged the ceiling, causing discoloration I had misinterpreted in my sleepy state. Nearly a week passed without incident. The bandage on my arm came off, revealing the mark had spread slightly, its edges now feathered like a water stain. I made an appointment with a dermatologist, but couldn't get in for another month. That night I dreamed of falling endlessly through a darkness that felt alive. I woke gasping, my sheets soaked with sweat. The room was dark, but a sliver of moonlight cut through a gap in the curtains, illuminating a patch of my carpet. Standing in that light was a figure, not fully formed, more like an outline of a person, filled with a darkness deeper than the night around it. It had no features I could discern, just a vaguely human shape watching me. I didn't scream. Somehow I knew it wouldn't matter. Instead, I said, "You're not just a shadow, are you?" The figure tilted what would be its head, an eerily human gesture. Then it raised an arm, pointing at the mark on my forearm. "What is this?" I asked, holding up my arm. "What did you do to me?" The figure moved closer, its movements liquid and unnatural. When it reached the edge of my bed, it stopped. A hand, or something like a hand, extended toward me. Against every instinct, I reached out to touch it. My fingers passed through cold emptiness, like plunging into ice water. Numbness spread from the point of contact, racing up my arm until it reached the mark. There, it bloomed into a burning sensation so intense I cried out. I pulled back, cradling my arm against my chest. The figure remained motionless, watching. Then slowly it began to change. The darkness comprising its form started to swirl like smoke caught in a draft. It elongated, thinned, and then flowed upward, returning to the ceiling as a shadow once more. But something was different now. The shadow on my ceiling had a more definite shape, my shape. It mirrored my position exactly, like a true shadow should, except it was detached from me, existing independently on the ceiling. I moved my arm, the shadow moved its arm. I sat up straighter. The shadow did the same. A perfect mirror image, except for one detail where the mark should be on the shadow's arm. There was instead a small void, a hole of deeper darkness. Understanding crashed over me with sickening clarity. It wasn't just watching me, it was learning to be me. I grabbed a notebook and pen from my nightstand and began documenting everything: the first appearance of the shadow, the mark on my arm, the mirror, the dream, and now this mimicry. As I wrote, the shadow on the ceiling mimicked my movements, appearing to write on some invisible surface above. When I finished, I took photos of my arm, the ceiling, the cracked mirror I hadn't yet replaced. The photos showed the mark on my arm clearly, but captured nothing unusual on the ceiling or mirror. I started an audio recording, describing what I was seeing in real time, hoping to capture some evidence. "The shadow is still there," I said, voice shaking. "It's copying everything I do. I think it's trying to replace me somehow. The mark on my arm, it's like it's taking pieces of me, learning to be me." As the words left my mouth, the shadow stopped mirroring me. Instead, it began to grow, spreading across the ceiling until the entire surface was covered in darkness. Then it began to seep down the walls like black water flowing downward. I rushed to the door, but the darkness reached it before I could, coating it entirely. The same happened to the windows. Within moments, every surface in my room was covered with the living darkness. The air grew cold, so cold I could see my breath fogging in front of me. The mark on my arm burned hotter in contrast, feeling like a brand pressed into my skin. Then voices began to emerge from the darkness, whispers at first, too faint to understand, but growing clearer. They were all speaking at once, a cacophony of words that somehow formed a coherent message. "We need your space." "What does that mean?" I demanded, voice breaking. "Your space, your form, your life." I backed away until I hit the center of the room, surrounded on all sides by the darkness. Why me? "You saw us, you acknowledged us, that's enough." The voices fell silent and the darkness began to contract, pulling away from the walls and ceiling, gathering itself into a humanoid shape once more. As it did, the burning in my arm intensified until I couldn't bear it. I fell to my knees, clutching my arm, watching in horror as the mark began to spread before my eyes, black tendrils extending outward across my skin. "Stop," I begged, "please stop." The figure tilted its head again, studying me with curiosity rather than malice. Then it spoke, not in the chorus of voices from before, but in a single voice, my voice. I can't stop, I've already begun. The darkness surged forward, engulfing me. I felt it press against my skin, searching for entrances, my mouth, my nose, my eyes. I held my breath, keeping my eyes shut tight, fighting against the intrusion. But the mark on my arm betrayed me. Through it, the darkness found a way in. I felt it spreading through my veins, cold and alien, working its way toward my heart. I fought harder than I've ever fought anything, thrashing against the invading force. Suddenly, the pressure vanished, the cold receded. I opened my eyes, gasping for breath. My room looked normal, no darkness, no shadow figure. Dawn light filtered through my curtains. I'd survived the night. Relief flooded through me until I looked down at my arm. The mark was gone, completely gone, as if it had never been there. I rushed to the bathroom, examining myself in the mirror. I looked the same, tired, terrified, but me. I splashed water on my face, trying to calm my racing heart. When I looked up again, my reflection smiled at me. I wasn't smiling. I stumbled backward away from the mirror, but it was too late. I understood now what the shadow had meant by needing my space. Not just my physical space, but my place in the world. I try to move my arm, but nothing happens. I try to speak, to scream, but my lips only curve into a wider smile. My reflection, the thing wearing my reflection, raises my hand and waves at me. Then it speaks, using my mouth, my voice. Thank you for letting me in. I'm still here watching as it lives my life. It wears my body perfectly, does everything right. No one notices any difference, but I notice. I'm trapped behind my own eyes, a shadow in reverse, watching as something else occupies the space where I should be. Sometimes at night I feel myself getting thinner, more transparent. Soon I think I'll fade entirely. And when I do, will anyone remember there was ever a me before the shadow came? If you see a shadow that doesn't belong to you, don't acknowledge it, don't speak to it, don't wonder about it. Because it might wonder about you too. Story 5, I had lived here for years. My name had always been on the mailbox, printed in neat black letters. But this morning, as I stepped outside, my stomach twisted. It was different now. The letters were the same, the placement unchanged, but the name wasn't mine. The air smelled of damp wood and something faintly metallic. My fingers brushed against the mailbox's surface. The letters were carved into the metal. Martin Wells, I whispered, tracing each letter, feeling the sharp edges against my fingertip. But my name is Andrew Collins. I glanced around my front yard, expecting to see someone watching, waiting for my reaction. The neighborhood remained still, houses slumbering in the pale morning light. Only the distant hum of traffic and the soft rustling of leaves broke the silence. Back inside, I searched for my wallet, needing the reassurance of my driver's license. As I flipped it open, the photo was mine, my eyes, my face, but the name printed beside it read, Martin Wells. I dropped the card as if it had burned me. My phone buzzed, a message from someone named Sarah asking if I would be home for dinner. The contact photo showed a woman I'd never seen before, smiling at the camera with casual intimacy. The message history stretched back months, filled with the comfortable shorthand of people who share a life. "Who are you?" I typed back, hands trembling. The response came immediately. "Very funny, Martin. Don't forget to pick up milk on your way home." I placed the phone face down on the counter and moved through my house, room by room. The furniture was mine. The books on the shelves were titles I recognized, but interspersed among them were unfamiliar volumes, bookmarks placed at pages I hadn't read. In the bedroom, I found a framed photograph on the nightstand that I didn't remember. It showed me with my arm around the woman from the phone, Sarah, both of us smiling against a backdrop of autumn trees. We looked happy. The bathroom mirror revealed my face unchanged. I pressed my palms against my cheeks, feeling the familiar contours. "Andrew," I said to my reflection, "my name is Andrew Collins." My reflection mouthed different words back. I stumbled away, heart hammering against my ribs. Back in the kitchen, I found a notebook and began writing everything down. My real name, my memories, the date I moved in, the color I painted the living room walls, the names of my parents, everything that defined me as Andrew. The ink faded as I wrote, the letters becoming fainter with each word until I was pressing the pen into blank paper, leaving only indentations but no mark. I grabbed another pen. The same thing happened. Desperate, I turned to my computer, opening a blank document. My fingers flew across the keyboard, typing my history, my identity. But when I looked at the screen, different words appeared. "Martin, remember to call Dr. Lieberman about the medication. The episodes are getting worse." I slammed the laptop shut. A knock at the door made me flinch. Through the peephole, I saw my neighbor, Mrs. Kendrick, holding a casserole dish. I hesitated before opening the door. "Martin," she said, her smile warm and familiar. "I made that vegetable lasagna you and Sarah like so much." "My name is Andrew," I said, the words feeling strange on my tongue, as if I were speaking a language I barely remembered. Mrs. Kendrick's smile faltered. "Oh dear, Sarah mentioned you might be having one of your difficult days. Why don't you take this anyway? Food always helps." I accepted the dish mechanically, mumbling thanks. As she turned to leave, I called after her, "How long have I lived here?" She looked back, concern etching lines around her eyes. "Just about 4 years now, ever since you and Sarah got married." After she left, I placed the lasagna on the kitchen counter and returned to my investigation. In the home office, I found files labeled with Martin Wells's name, tax returns, medical records, wedding certificate, the life of a stranger, meticulously documented, all bearing my photograph. One folder contained medical reports detailing a condition called dissociative identity disorder with periodic fugue states. Patient name, Martin Wells. My hands shook as I read the doctor's notes. Patient continues to develop elaborate alternate identities during episodes. Most recent identity, Andrew Collins, persists even after medication. Recommend increased dosage. I dropped the folder, papers scattering across the floor. This couldn't be real. I remembered my life as Andrew Collins, my childhood home, college, my first apartment, the day I moved into this house alone. It was all so vivid, so complete. In the kitchen drawer, I found prescription bottles labeled with Martin's name. The medication inside matched descriptions from the medical reports. I held one of the small white pills between my fingers, turning it in the light. The phone rang. The caller ID showed Dr. Lieberman. I answered without speaking. "Martin, it's Dr. Lieberman. Sarah called, concerned about your condition. Are you taking your medication as prescribed?" "Who is Andrew Collins?" I asked. A pause. "Martin, Andrew Collins is a construct your mind created during your first major episode. We've discussed this extensively during our sessions. He isn't real." "But I am Andrew," I insisted, voice breaking. "I remember everything about his life, my life." Those are false memories, Martin, part of your condition. The medication helps keep those constructs from taking over. Are you taking it regularly? I hung up. Night fell, and with it came a strange sense of duality. Every mirror in the house now showed a subtle difference in my reflection, not in appearance, but in expression, in the way it moved slightly out of sync with me. I found myself standing before the bathroom mirror again, watching as my reflection studied me with equal intensity. "Who are you?" I whispered. My lips moved, but the reflection spoke words I didn't say. "I'm Martin Wells. Who are you?" I reached out, pressing my hand against the cool glass. My reflection did the same, our palms meeting across an impossible divide. I felt a strange vibration through the glass, as if something was trying to push through from the other side. The medicine cabinet behind the mirror held more pill bottles. My hand, or perhaps Martin's hand, reached for one of them. In the living room, I found a journal hidden between couch cushions. The handwriting alternated between two distinct styles, one I recognized as my own. One entry in the unfamiliar writing read, "Andrew is back, stronger this time. Sarah doesn't understand why I'm pulling away. How can I explain that half the time I'm not her husband, but someone else who doesn't know her? Dr. L says to write when I feel myself slipping, to anchor myself in reality. My reality, but which one is real?" Another entry in my handwriting, "Martin is trying to erase me with pills and doctors. They all conspire to convince me I don't exist, but I do. I remember things he couldn't possibly know. I am Andrew Collins." A wedding photo on the wall caught my attention, my face smiling beside Sarah. But now I noticed something strange about my eyes in the picture, a vacancy, as if someone else was looking out through them. The house phone rang again, displaying Sarah on the caller ID. I answered without speaking. "Martin, are you there?" Her voice sounded tired, worried. "I'm coming home early. Dr. Lieberman said you might be having an episode." "Don't come," I said. "I'm not Martin." "I know you feel that way right now," she said gently. "But remember what we practiced. Try to ground yourself. Look for the red notebook. Read what you wrote to yourself." After hanging up, I searched for and found a red notebook in the desk drawer. Opening it revealed a letter, written in the handwriting I didn't recognize as mine. "Dear Andrew, if you're reading this, I'm gone and you're here again. You believe you're real, and in your experience you are. But so am I. We share this body, this life, though neither of us chose this arrangement. The doctors call you a symptom, a fragment, a disorder to be treated. But I've come to think of you as something else, perhaps another version of myself from some parallel path my life could have taken. Sarah loves Martin. The medication keeps you away and me present. That's the reality I've chosen to fight for. But when you're here reading this, know that your experiences feel real to you for a reason. Every time you emerge, you build more memories, become more complete. I don't know which of us was first, perhaps neither. Perhaps both of us are constructs of someone else entirely. All I know is that one of us must live this life. I've chosen to be Martin Wells. If you're reading this, you've chosen, for now, to be Andrew Collins. Choose wisely. Martin. I closed the notebook, a strange calm settling over me. Outside, headlights swept across the front window as a car pulled into the driveway. Sarah was home. Standing at the window, I watched her emerge from the car, her face tight with worry. She looked up at the house at me with such raw hope and fear that something shifted inside me. Who was I, Andrew Collins, with his solitary life and fading memories? Or Martin Wells with his marriage, his illness, his desperate fight to remain himself? My gaze drifted to the mailbox at the end of the driveway, the name Martin Wells gleaming in the streetlight. For a moment I thought I saw it flicker, changing to Andrew Collins before settling back. I looked down at the prescription bottle in my hand, then back to Sarah approaching the front door. A choice lay before me: take the pill and let Martin return, or remain Andrew and reject this life that didn't belong to me, yet somehow felt increasingly familiar. The door opened. Sarah stood in the threshold, her eyes searching mine for recognition. "Who am I speaking to?" she asked softly. I hesitated, feeling two distinct answers rising within me, two voices vying to respond. And in that moment of perfect balance between identities, I finally understood the truth of my existence. The answer came not from memory or evidence, but from something deeper, a recognition of the self that transcended names and histories. I opened my mouth to answer her question, knowing that my response would determine which reality crystallized around us. "I'm here," I said. "I'm home." She stepped forward and took my hand, uncertain but hopeful. And as our fingers intertwined, I felt the boundaries between Martin and Andrew blur, like ink spreading through water. The name on the mailbox no longer mattered. What mattered was the choice I made in this moment and every moment after, who I decided to be. The pill remained in my palm, a small white question mark. Story 6. I live alone, no trees close enough for branches to scratch against the house. No balcony, no way for anyone to reach my bedroom window from the outside. But last night, just as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard it. A knock, light, deliberate. The air smelled of cold air and something bitter, like damp leaves. My breath caught as I pulled the blanket over my head. The knock came again. 3 gentle taps, so precise they seemed almost polite. I remained frozen, counting my heartbeats in the darkness. The rational part of my brain offered explanations. Perhaps a bird had somehow lost its way, or maybe the house was settling, old wood contracting in the cold night air. Yet I knew better. Houses don't knock with such intention. I slid from beneath my covers, the floorboards creaking softly beneath my feet as I approached the window. The glass reflected my pale face back at me, illuminated only by the faint moonlight filtering through thin clouds. Beyond my reflection lay nothing but darkness, the empty space where no one could possibly stand. My fingers trembled as they reached for the curtain. A whisper of cold air brushed against my neck, though all windows remained closed. I pulled the fabric aside an inch and peered out into the night. Nothing, just the distant silhouettes of neighboring houses and the empty air beyond my second-floor bedroom. I let the curtain fall back and returned to bed, convincing myself it had been my imagination, a dream caught between wakefulness and sleep. I pulled the covers tight around my shoulders and closed my eyes. Tap, tap, tap. My eyes shot open. The sound was unmistakable this time, not from the window, but from inside my closet. My mouth went dry as I stared at the closet door, slightly ajar, a sliver of deeper darkness visible through the gap. Something about that darkness seemed wrong, too dense, too complete. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, my fingers finding only cool wood. It wasn't where I'd left it. The house felt suddenly colder, the air thicker, harder to breathe. A faint metallic taste coated my tongue. "Hello," I whispered, immediately regretting the sound of my voice in the stillness. No response came, but something changed in the quality of the silence. It felt attentive now, as though the darkness itself was listening. I sat up slowly, my back pressed against the headboard. The knock came again, this time from under my bed. Tap, tap, tap. I pulled my knees to my chest, my breath shallow and quick. "This isn't real," I said to the empty room. My voice sounded different, somehow flatter, with an echo that lingered longer than it should have. I decided to document what was happening. If I was losing my mind, I needed proof, something tangible to make sense of later. I found a notebook in my nightstand drawer and began writing, describing the knocks, the shifting locations, the strange quality of the air. As I wrote, the pen felt heavier with each word, the ink appearing darker than it should have been under the dim light. The knocking continued, migrating around the room, first from the bathroom door, then from inside the heating vent, then from the ceiling directly above my head. Each series of knocks followed the same pattern, 3 precise taps, a pause, then nothing. I documented each occurrence, noting the location, drawing a small map of my bedroom with X marks for each knocking site. By morning, my notebook contained 12 X marks, forming a pattern I couldn't quite discern, but which nonetheless made my skin crawl. The strange occurrences had stopped with the first gray light of dawn, and I convinced myself I'd experienced some sort of waking nightmare, a stress response perhaps. I went about my day exhausted but functional. At work, I found myself jumping at small noises, the ping of an email arriving, a colleague closing a door. My mind kept returning to those knocks, to the pattern in my notebook. During my lunch break, I studied my crude map again, connecting the X marks with straight lines. The resulting shape reminded me of something, a symbol I couldn't quite place but which felt familiar in a discomforting way. I took a photo of the drawing with my phone, intending to research it later. When I returned home that evening, I felt a strange reluctance at my own front door. My hand hesitated on the doorknob, as though my body sensed something my mind couldn't yet perceive. The house felt different when I entered, not in any way I could articulate, but in the way the air moved around me, in the subtle scent of decay beneath the normal smells of home. I checked the windows and doors, all locked, all secure. No signs of intrusion. Yet as I stood in my living room, I had the distinct sensation of being in a place that was simultaneously mine and not mine, as though my home had become a meticulous replica of itself, with imperceptible differences that only I could sense. That night, I set up a voice recorder on my nightstand. If the knocking returned, I would capture it. I also positioned my phone to record video of the room while I slept. I needed evidence, something concrete to prove to myself that I wasn't simply imagining things. Sleep came reluctantly, my body fighting against exhaustion, resisting vulnerability. When I finally drifted off, my dreams were filled with dark corridors that shifted and changed as I walked through them, leading me always back to the same door, behind which something waited. The knocking woke me from these dreams. Tap, 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 this time from the window again. My eyes flew open, but I remained perfectly still, remembering the recorder, hoping it was catching the sound. The knocks came again, and I reached slowly for my phone, turning it toward the window. Through the screen, I could see nothing unusual, just the dark glass reflecting the room back at me. But the knocking continued, clear and distinct. I played back the recording the next morning. My hands shook as I pressed the button. The audio contained my breathing, the rustle of sheets as I moved in my sleep, and then nothing. No knocks. The video from my phone showed an empty, undisturbed room, yet I had heard it, felt the vibration of it in my bones. Over the next few nights, the pattern repeated. The knocks came, migrating around my house, always in sets of 3, always untraceable when I investigated, always absent from my recordings. I began to doubt my senses, wondering if stress or isolation had finally broken something essential in my mind. I started keeping a journal, documenting not just the knocks, but everything unusual, the way my coffee tasted slightly metallic in the mornings, how the shadows in certain corners of my house seemed darker than they should be, the way my reflection in mirrors sometimes seemed delayed by a fraction of a second. One entry read, "Found a small handprint on bathroom mirror this morning, too small to be mine. Wiped it away, but it reappeared when mirror fogged up during shower. Took a photo, but nothing showed up in the image." Another woke to find my notebooks rearranged on desk, pages dog-eared on similar passages across different books. All marked passages relate to liminal spaces and thresholds. I began leaving notes for myself around the house, confirming that objects were where I'd left them. More often than not, I'd return to find subtle changes: a book turned spine inward on the shelf, a mug rotated so the handle faced the opposite direction, my shoes placed neatly side by side when I distinctly remembered kicking them off haphazardly. The knocking continued each night, becoming a macabre routine. I found myself waiting for it, almost welcoming it as confirmation that I wasn't simply inventing the whole experience. In a strange way, the knocking became a comfort, predictable in its unpredictability. Then came the night when everything changed. I awoke to the familiar sound: tap, tap, tap from my bedroom window. But this time, when I looked toward the sound, I saw something impossible. A hand, small and pale, pressed flat against the outside of the glass, fingers splayed. A child's hand pressing against my second-story window where no one could possibly reach. I screamed, scrambling backward across my bed until my back hit the wall. The hand remained unmoving, as though waiting for something. Then slowly it formed a fist and knocked again. Tap, tap, tap. I squeezed my eyes shut, counting to 10 before looking again. The hand was gone, but on the glass, visible in the moonlight, was a perfect handprint, condensation outlining where each finger had pressed against the window. I approached cautiously, phone in hand, ready to capture evidence. But when I reached the window and raised my camera, my blood turned to ice in my veins. In the reflection of the glass, illuminated by my phone's screen, I could see myself standing at the window, and behind me, a small, dark figure watching from the doorway of my bedroom. I spun around. The doorway was empty. When I turned back to the window, the handprint had vanished, leaving no trace. That night I slept with every light in the house blazing, or tried to sleep at least. Mostly I sat upright in bed, back against the headboard, watching the doorway, the window, the closet, waiting for something to emerge from the shadows that seemed to grow deeper despite the lights. In the morning, bleary-eyed and exhausted, I found something on my kitchen table that made my heart stutter in my chest. My notebook lay open, though I was certain I'd left it closed on my nightstand. On the open page was a child's drawing crude stick figure standing beside what appeared to be my house. One figure stood at a window on the second floor. The other stood on the ground below, reaching up with an impossibly long arm, fingers stretching toward the window. The drawing wasn't mine, the notebook was, but the drawing wasn't. I tore the page out, crumpled it, and threw it in the trash. Then I retrieved it, smoothed it out, and placed it in a folder with my other documentation. Evidence. I needed evidence. That day I purchased more recording equipment, better cameras, motion sensors, a high-quality audio recorder. I set everything up before nightfall, positioning cameras to cover every angle of my bedroom, especially the window. As darkness fell, I sat on my bed surrounded by monitoring equipment, watching screens that showed different views of my own room. The rational part of my brain told me this was absurd, that I was feeding a delusion. But I knew what I had seen, what I had heard. The knocking was real, the hand was real, the drawing was real. I must have dozed off despite my determination to remain awake. I awoke to a soft beeping. One of the motion sensors had been triggered. On the monitor, my bedroom looked exactly the same, undisturbed, but the sensor by the window continued to beep softly, insistently. And then I heard it, not from the monitors, but in the room with me. Tap, tap, tap from the window. I looked up from the screen to the actual window across the room. Nothing visible. I looked back at the monitor showing the window, and there it was, not a hand this time, but a face. A child's face, pale and solemn, looking in at me from outside my second-story window. I jerked my head up to look at the real window again, empty, back to the monitor. The face remained, watching me, its expression unreadable. I fumbled for my phone, took a picture of the monitor screen, my hands shaking so badly I could barely press the button. When I checked the photo, my stomach dropped. The monitor in my photo showed only an empty window, no face, no evidence. I looked back at the actual monitor. The face was still there, but now its lips were moving. It appeared to be speaking, though no sound came through. I turned up the volume on the audio recorder. Through the static came a voice, soft and distant, like a radio picking up a broadcast from far away. "Let me in," it said. "I'm cold out here. Let me in." "Who are you?" I whispered, though I knew the question was absurd. There couldn't be anyone outside my window. It wasn't physically possible. The face on the monitor smiled, a small, sad smile. "You know me," it said, the words barely audible through the static. "You made me." A chill ran through me. "I don't understand," I said to the empty air, to the face that existed only on my monitor screen. "The knocking," the voice whispered. "You heard it, you wrote about it, you believed in it, and now here I am." "What do you want?" My voice sounded strange to my own ears, thin and frightened. The face pressed closer to the glass on the monitor. "To come inside, to be real. You're making me real little by little. Every time you hear me knock, every time you write about me, every time you look for me, I'm becoming." I shook my head, backing away from the monitors. "This isn't happening," I said. "You're not real." The face on the screen smiled wider, revealing teeth too sharp for a child's mouth. "Not yet," it agreed, "but soon. Keep listening for my knock, keep looking for me, keep thinking about me. I'm almost here." I yanked the plugs from the wall, shutting down all the monitors at once. The room plunged into darkness, lit only by the glow of my phone screen. In that dim light, I could see my breath fogging the air, though the night wasn't particularly cold. Dab, tap, tap. The sound came from directly beside me now, from the wall against which my bed rested, then from the floor beneath my feet, then from the ceiling above. It moved faster now, the knocks coming in rapid succession from different points around the room, a disorienting percussion that made it impossible to track any single source. I covered my ears, but the sound continued, seeming to vibrate through my body now rather than reaching me through the air. I felt it in my chest, in my teeth, in the bones of my skull. "Stop," I whispered, then louder, "Stop." The knocking ceased instantly. The silence that followed felt thick, expectant. I slowly lowered my hands from my ears, straining to hear anything in the darkness. A whisper came so close it could have been inside my own head. "Let me in." I fumbled for the light switch, flooding the room with harsh brightness. Nothing was there, no child, no intruder. Just my familiar bedroom, the monitoring equipment now dark and silent, my own frightened reflection in the window. I spent the remainder of the night huddled in a corner of my living room, away from all windows, all walls, as though the center of an open space might offer some protection. When dawn finally broke, I gathered my notebook, my phone, and a few essential items and left the house. I haven't returned. I've been staying in hotels, moving every few nights, never leaving a forwarding address. But it doesn't matter where I go. Each night, as I begin to drift toward sleep, I hear it, tap, 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 sometimes from the window, sometimes from the bathroom door, sometimes from inside the vents. I don't look anymore, I don't record, I don't document. I know now that my attention is what feeds it, what makes it stronger, more real. Yet even as I write this final account, even as I try to purge this experience by sharing it with you, I can feel it growing, taking shape in the words themselves. And I wonder, now that you've read this, now that you know about the knocking, will you hear it too? Tonight, as you lie in bed, will you find yourself listening for it? Tap, tap, tap. Will you look toward your window, wondering if something waits on the other side? I've created something that I can't uncreate, something that uses belief as a doorway, something that knocks patiently, persistently, waiting for an invitation. And it's patient, it will wait, it will knock until someone answers. Whatever you do, don't let it in. Story 7, it was supposed to go to the lobby. Just a simple elevator ride down from my office on the 10th floor, but as the doors slid open, my stomach twisted. This wasn't the lobby. The walls were different, older, lined with faded wallpaper peeling at the edges. The air smelled thick, musty, tinged with something metallic. My breath hitched. The button panel was gone. I stepped back, intending to retreat into the elevator, but the doors had already closed behind me. My fingers searched frantically for a button, a seam, anything that might open them again. Nothing, just smooth, cold metal under my fingertips. The corridor stretched ahead, lit by flickering wall sconces that cast more shadows than light. The carpet beneath my feet felt damp, yielding slightly with each step. I pulled out my phone, no signal, of course. The screen flickered once, twice, then displayed an unfamiliar symbol before going dark. Hello, my voice sounded muffled, as if the air itself was absorbing the sound. No answer came. Moving forward seemed like my only option. The hallway bent at an impossible angle, not quite right, as if the architect had forgotten how buildings should work. Family portraits lined the walls, faces blurred as if photographed in motion. I could swear one of them turned to follow me as I passed. A door stood at the end of the corridor. Unlike everything else in this place, it looked new, polished wood with a brass handle that gleamed in the dim light. My hand hovered over it. Something scratched from the other side, soft at first, then more insistent. Not claws or nails, but something harder, like the tip of a pen dragging across paper. I pressed my ear against the wood. The scratching stopped. Then came a whisper, so faint I questioned whether I heard it at all. "We've been waiting for you." My heart pounded against my ribs. I backed away from the door, only to bump into a small table that hadn't been there moments before. A leather-bound journal sat atop it, open to a blank page. Next to it, a fountain pen leaked dark ink that pooled in patterns too orderly to be random. I picked up the pen, surprising myself. My hand moved across the page, writing words I didn't consciously choose. "Where am I?" The ink sank into the paper, disappearing completely. Then new words formed, rising from within the page rather than being written on top. "Where you need to be." I dropped the pen, It rolled across the table and fell to the carpet with a muted thud. The ink stain it left looked like a small figure running. The temperature dropped suddenly. I could see my breath now, clouding in front of my face. The wallpaper began to ripple, not like it was being blown by wind, but as if something was moving behind it. I took out my phone again and used it as a flashlight, sweeping the beam across the walls. The light revealed patterns in the wallpaper that weren't visible before, intricate symbols interwoven with what looked like handwritten notes. I leaned closer to read them. Day 32, the elevator still brings them. Day 59, the building feeds on them slowly. Day 147, I think I might be the building now. A distant grinding noise started, mechanical and rhythmic. It reminded me of elevator cables, but distorted, playing at the wrong speed. The sound grew louder, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I returned to the door with the brass handle, my desperation overriding my fear. It opened with surprising ease. Beyond it was a room that mirrored my office upstairs, but wrong in subtle ways. My desk was there, but the wood was darker, the grain running in impossible directions. My chair faced away from the door. And it was occupied. The figure sat motionless, its outline blurring at the edges as if it wasn't fully present. I circled around slowly, dread building with each step. It was me or something wearing my face. Its eyes followed me, but its head remained still. Its mouth moved, forming words I couldn't hear. On the desk sat another journal, identical to the one in the hallway. This one was filled with handwriting, my handwriting documenting days, experiences, fears. I flipped through the pages, my horror growing. I keep trying different floors, but the elevator never takes me home. I saw someone new today. I think they just arrived. They looked as confused as I once did. I'm forgetting what my real office looked like. The last entry stopped mid-sentence. I think I finally understand what this place wants from. The figure at my desk, the other me, suddenly stood. Its movements were fluid yet wrong, like someone had studied human motion but couldn't quite replicate it. It extended a hand toward me, palm up, revealing skin that looked like wallpaper peeling at the edges. Your turn now, it said, its voice an echo of mine. Someone needs to guide the new arrivals. Behind me, I heard the elevator doors slide open. The mechanical grinding had stopped. I turned to see a man in a business suit step out, his expression shifting from annoyed to confused to afraid as he took in his surroundings. His eyes found mine, pleading for explanation, for help. The other me whispered in my ear, though I hadn't felt it move closer. Tell him where he is, tell him what happens next. My mouth opened, words forming unbidden. It was supposed to go to the lobby, I heard myself say, just a simple elevator ride. The newcomer backed toward the elevator, but the doors had already closed. I saw my fate reflected in his eyes, the slow transformation, the gradual acceptance, the eventual becoming. The air around me felt heavier, more substantial, as if I was dissolving into it. I looked down at my hands. The skin at my fingertips had begun to peel back, revealing not blood or tissue, but faded wallpaper underneath. The building whispered around us, through us, not in words but in creaks and settling sounds that somehow conveyed meaning. It was hungry, it was patient. It had been collecting us one by one, elevator ride by elevator ride. And now I was part of it, a memory of myself pressed between its walls like a flower in a book. The newcomer searched frantically for exits that wouldn't exist, for explanations I now understood but couldn't articulate. I picked up the fountain pen from my desk and opened the journal to a fresh page. My hand moved across the paper, recording what I knew would be my final independent thought. The elevator never takes anyone where they expect to go, but it always takes them exactly where the building needs them to be. As I wrote the final word, I felt the last of my separateness dissolve. The building sighed around me, satisfied. Through the walls, I could feel others like me, dozens, perhaps hundreds, their consciousnesses merged with the structure, their memories becoming part of its foundation. The newcomer was still there, watching me with growing comprehension and horror. I smiled at him, feeling the wallpaper crinkle around my mouth. "Welcome," I said, gesturing to the journal and pen. "Your story is just beginning." Story 8. I was washing dishes when my phone rang, just a simple buzz vibrating against the counter. But when I glanced at the screen, my stomach dropped. My own name, my own number. The air smelled of soap and something faintly burnt. My hands trembled as I picked up. Silence, then a breath, and my own voice whispered, "Don't answer." But I already had. I stood frozen, water dripping from my fingers onto the floor. The sound echoed in the quiet kitchen, tap, 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 like gentle knocking. My own voice continued from the other end, "You shouldn't have picked up." "Who is this?" I demanded, though the question felt absurd. The voice sounded exactly like mine, not similar, not close but precise in every inflection and tone. "Look at your reflection," my voice replied. Without thinking, I turned toward the window above the sink. In the darkness outside, my face stared back, pale and worried, but something was wrong. When I tilted my head, my reflection remained still. I dropped the phone. It clattered against the tile but didn't break. The call continued. I could hear my voice still speaking, though I couldn't make out the words. With shaking hands, I picked it up again. "What do you want?" I asked. "Check your basement," came the reply before the line went dead. "I don't have a basement." At least I never had one before, but when I walked to the door that had always opened to a small storage closet, I found stairs descending into darkness. The wood creaked under my weight as I took the first step down. A cold draft brushed against my face, carrying the scent of damp earth and something metallic. I should have called someone. I should have run. Instead, I descended, using my phone's flashlight to illuminate each step. At the bottom, the beam of light revealed walls of rough stone and dirt floor. The space was empty except for a small wooden table. On it sat an old tape recorder, the kind with actual cassettes, its red record light blinking steadily in the dark. I approached it carefully. The tape was running. I pressed stop, then rewind, then play. My voice filled the basement. I was washing dishes when my phone rang. I ejected the tape with trembling fingers. On its label, written in my handwriting, was a single word: iteration. Back upstairs, I locked the door to the basement and sat at my kitchen table, the tape cassette before me like a strange artifact. My phone buzzed again. My number. I declined the call. Seconds later, a text message appeared. "Answer next time." I blocked my own number, but somehow knew it wouldn't help. That night I couldn't sleep. Every sound, the house settling, the wind outside, the refrigerator humming, seemed magnified. I began recording these noises on my phone, convinced there were patterns hidden within them. When I played them back at half speed, I heard what sounded like words: iteration, continuation, cycle. Morning came with fog pressing against the windows. The basement door remained locked, but when I passed it, I felt warmth emanating from beneath it, as if something inside was generating heat. I set up my laptop to record the door while I went to work. The entire day I felt watched. Reflective surfaces, computer screens, windows, coffee pots seemed to catch my image a moment too late, as if my reflection was struggling to keep up. When I returned home, I reviewed the footage. For hours, nothing happened. Then, at midday, the door opened slightly, though no one was visible. It closed again after exactly 3 minutes. The basement had changed. The table was now against the opposite wall. Next to the tape recorder sat a notebook. My notebook, the one I keep beside my bed for writing down dreams. I hadn't brought it down here. I opened it to find pages filled with my handwriting, documenting events that hadn't happened yet. The final entry described me standing in the basement, reading these very words. I dropped the notebook and backed away. As I retreated up the stairs, my phone rang again. This time I answered. "What iteration is this?" my voice asked. "I don't understand," I replied. "You will find the mirror in the wall." I ran my hands along the rough basement walls until I felt something smooth. A small mirror embedded in the stone, no bigger than my palm. In it, I saw my face, but with eyes that looked older, wearier. My reflection smiled, I did not. "Who are you?" I whispered. My reflection's lips moved, but the voice came from behind me. "I'm you from farther along." I spun around, no one was there. When I turned back to the mirror, my reflection was gone, replaced by a dark corridor that seemed to extend infinitely. Over the following days, I documented everything. I set up cameras throughout my home. I recorded audio continuously. I filled notebooks with observations and theories. The basement door would lock and unlock itself. Objects moved positions when I wasn't looking. My reflection became increasingly independent, sometimes waving at me when I remained still. The phone calls continued. Each time, my voice provided cryptic instructions that led to new discoveries. A hidden panel containing photographs of me in places I'd never been. A radio that played conversations I would have later that day. A small box that, when opened, contained a finger with my birthmark. I began to understand I was caught in something circular, not just a haunting, but a loop of some kind. The me that called the me in the mirror was trying to communicate across some boundary I couldn't yet comprehend. One night the power went out. In the perfect darkness, my phone lit up with an incoming call. My number. "Final iteration," my voice said. "Go to the basement mirror now." The mirror had grown to the size of a door. In it, I saw my living room, but subtly wrong furniture, slightly misaligned, wallpaper a shade darker. My reflection stood waiting, wearing clothes I didn't own. "Put your hand against mine," my reflection instructed. I pressed my palm to the cold surface of the mirror. My reflection did the same. The glass felt warm, then hot, then seemed to turn to liquid. Our fingers touched. A shock ran through my body. The basement spun around me. When everything settled, I was standing in my living room, but not my living room. Everything was slightly wrong. I ran to the window and looked out at an unfamiliar street. My phone buzzed in my pocket. Unknown number. "Who is this?" I demanded. A voice not mine this time answered. "You made it through. Now help me get out too." The line went dead. I looked at my reflection in the window. It smiled at me. But I wasn't smiling. I stood in this new place, this wrong version of my home, understanding finally that I hadn't escaped anything. The cycle hadn't broken, it had evolved. Now I was the one on the other side, and someone else was about to receive a call from their own number. In the kitchen, I found myself reaching for the phone, dialing a number I somehow knew by heart. I heard it ring once, twice. Then someone picked up. I took a deep breath and whispered into the receiver. "Don't answer." Story 9. It was an old oil painting I had bought at an antique shop, a simple countryside scene, nothing unusual. But today, as I passed it in the hallway, my stomach clenched. There was a man in the distance now, small, barely visible, standing on the hill. The air smelled thick, musty, like aged paper. My hands trembled as I stepped closer. His head had turned slightly. Now he was facing me. I blinked hard, convinced my mind was playing tricks. The figure remained, a dark silhouette against the painted sunset. My fingers reached toward the canvas but stopped short, hovering inches away. The surface seemed to pulse with a subtle vibration. I withdrew quickly, heart hammering against my ribs. That night sleep eluded me. The knowledge of that figure, standing in what had previously been an empty landscape, kept my eyes fixed on the ceiling. I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps the paint had aged, revealing details previously obscured. Perhaps I simply hadn't noticed him before. Morning brought no comfort. The figure had moved closer to the foreground, now standing beside the small stream that cut through the countryside. His features remained indistinct, but his posture suggested he was watching, waiting. I took a photo with my phone, needing evidence, needing something tangible to confirm I wasn't losing my mind. The image appeared normal at first, but when I zoomed in, his face was blurred beyond recognition, as if he had moved during the exposure. I began documenting everything. My journal filled with observations, timestamps, descriptions of the minute changes. The sound of graphite scratching against paper became my constant companion as I sketched the painting each day, tracking his slow, inexorable progression toward the frame. My home grew colder. The walls seemed thinner, allowing whispers to seep through from somewhere I couldn't identify. The refrigerator hummed at a frequency that made my teeth ache. When I played back recordings I'd made of the silence in front of the painting, I heard breathing that wasn't mine. On the 5th day, I invited my friend Rebecca over. "Do you see anything unusual about this painting?" I asked, careful to keep my voice steady. She studied it, shrugged, commented on the brushwork. "No figure on the path," I pressed. The look she gave me, concern mixed with unease, told me everything. She suggested I get more sleep. After she left, I stood before the painting again. The figure had moved forward while we'd been talking. Now he stood at the very edge of the painting, one hand extended toward the frame. His fingers nearly touched the boundary between his world and mine. I covered the painting with a sheet. Underneath, I could feel it growing warmer. The fabric began to darken where it touched the canvas, as if absorbing moisture. When I pulled it away, the sheet smelled of soil and iron. That night, the power went out. My phone died despite being fully charged. In the darkness, something scratched against the walls. I barricaded myself in the bathroom, away from the hallway, away from him. The mirror reflected nothing but shadows, even when I held my lighter to it. When morning finally arrived, I emerged to find small, damp footprints leading from the painting to my bedroom door. The figure was gone from the canvas, leaving behind an empty landscape more terrifying than his presence had ever been. I burned the painting in my backyard. The flames turned an unnatural blue-green as the canvas curled and blackened. The smoke formed shapes I refused to recognize. The ashes smelled of rotting flowers and copper. For days afterward, I believed it was over. I scrubbed the footprints from the floor. I repainted the hallway. I convinced myself it had been stress, lack of sleep, and overactive imagination. Then I noticed my reflection in the mirror had begun to delay its movements by the slightest fraction of a second. My smile in photographs seemed different, strained, and unfamiliar. Rebecca called, asking why I had been standing outside her window last night. I had been home, asleep. The taste of soil lingers in my mouth each morning. My sheets smell of paint and turpentine. When I shower, the water beads differently on my skin, rolling off as if repelled by something invisible coating me. My neighbor mentions the strange humming coming from my house during the night. I hear nothing when I'm awake, but my recordings capture a voice reciting words in a language I almost understand. My handwriting has changed. The journal entries I don't remember writing describe a countryside I've never visited, a stream cutting through hills, a sunset that never ends. I wake now to find brushes in my hands, paint beneath my fingernails. A new canvas stands in my studio, nearly complete, a perfect landscape with rolling hills and a stream cutting through them. The sunset bathes everything in golden light. There's a figure in the distance, watching from the edge of the frame, small, barely visible, but I recognize the face. It's mine. My skin feels different now, smooth and flat in places, textured like canvas in others. When I press my fingers against my arm, they sink too deeply, as if pushing into wet paint. Sometimes I stand perfectly still for hours, unable to move, watching people pass by my window. Their faces turn toward me, eyes widening in recognition or fear. They hurry past. No one knocks anymore. The painting I burned has reappeared on my wall, but different now. The countryside remains, but the perspective has shifted. We view it now from higher up, looking down at a small house nestled among the hills. A figure stands at the window, watching. I understand now what's happening. I'm becoming less while he becomes more. Each day my voice grows fainter while the whispers grow stronger. My movements become stilted while his become fluid. The boundary between canvas and reality thins with each sunset. Soon I will stand in that painted field forever, a distant figure barely visible on the hill, watching as he lives my life, wears my skin, speaks with my voice. And one day, someone will purchase an old oil painting from an antique shop, a simple countryside scene with a small figure standing on a distant hill. Nothing unusual. Until he turns his head to look at them. Story 10. The night lay hushed, cloaked in a wispy fog that swirled like a ghostly waltz in the still air. Nestled in my cherished armchair, draped in rich burgundy velvet beside the grand antique mirror, I delved into the pages of a book bathed in the gentle glow of a vintage lamp. The rhythmic ticking of the pendulum clock echoed through the room, weaving a hypnotic cadence, while the crackling warmth of the fireplace cocooned me in a comforting embrace. In that moment of serene perfection, a peculiar sensation stirred within me. It began as a fleeting whisper, akin to the flicker of movement in one's peripheral vision. Lifting my gaze from the book, I beheld my own reflection in the ancient mirror. The golden frame, adorned with intricate floral motifs, shimmered faintly in the flickering firelight. Yet as I peered at my mirrored self, a subtle chill skittered down my spine. An imperceptible wrongness lingered in the air. Tilting my head ever so slightly, I noticed a peculiar delay in my reflections, movements, a mimicry that felt forced, unnatural. I sought to dismiss it as mere fatigue or the play of flickering shadows cast by the fire, but the disquiet grew with each passing moment. With each gesture I made, my reflection mirrored me with a fraction of hesitation, as if struggling to keep pace with my actions. Even my smiles were echoed with a delayed grace. The crackle of wood in the fireplace now carried an ominous undertone, as though bearing a hidden message. The atmosphere thickened, pregnant with a silent tension that urged me to slow my breath. A mingling scent of candle wax and ancient musk pervaded the room, redolent of forgotten tomes and faded memories. Rising from the armchair with deliberate languor, I watched as my reflection moved in tandem, its motions fluid yet unnervingly rehearsed. Its eyes seemed to hold depths unknown, guarding secrets beyond my reach. Drawing closer to the mirror, I discerned further unsettling discrepancies. The reflected room appeared subtly altered, with books rearranged on the shelves and unfamiliar objects dotting the space. An aged photograph, once depicting a tranquil seascape, now bore a blurred visage that seemed to watch me intently. The pendulum clock maintained its relentless beat, yet in the reflection, time meandered at a languid pace, as if flowing through a different realm beyond the looking glass. Shadows cast by the fireplace cavorted on the walls, conjuring spectral forms that whispered of unseen presence. Reaching out to touch the cool surface of the mirror, my reflection extended a beckoning hand. Our fingertips met on the icy glass, but while I felt only the chill of crystal, my mirrored self betrayed a different sensation altogether. Drawing back, I watched as the reflection hesitated, as if deliberating whether to follow my retreat. When it finally moved, its actions grew increasingly independent, as if awakening to a will of its own. Retrieving a velvety cloth from a drawer, I veiled the mirror in a shroud of obscurity. Yet in that fleeting moment, I glimpsed an enigmatic smile gracing my reflection's countenance, a smirk foreign to my own features. Since that fateful night, the mirror has remained veiled, concealed beneath the velvet cloak. Yet in the quietest hours, faint stirrings seem to emanate from behind the fabric, as though an unseen presence treads a parallel path in a mirrored realm. And in the tranquil depths of the night, when the house is shrouded in profound silence, I ponder whether that elusive reflection lingers still, inhabiting a parallel existence woven of glass and silver. The truth eludes me whether the vision was real or a mere phantasm of the mind. But with each passing day, as I pass by mirrors, a shadow of doubt lingers. Is the reflection truly mine, or has something learned to imitate me so flawlessly that reality blurs, leaving me to question which world is true and which is but a mirrored facade of the unknown? Story 11. The old grandfather clock chimed the midnight hour, its deep resonance echoing through the silent house like a gentle lullaby. Wrapped snugly in a woolen blanket, I sat in my favorite armchair, basking in the warm glow of my reading lamp. Outside, the winter wind whispered secrets as it danced through the cracks in the window frames, adding a soothing backdrop to the night symphony. Reading before bed had become my cherished ritual, a time of solace amidst the long, dark winter nights. The house settled into its familiar routine of soft creaks and murmurs, a comforting lullaby of its own. But this night held a subtle shift in the air, a quiet whisper of something beyond the ordinary. Setting my book aside, I allowed my senses to wander beyond the circle of light cast by my lamp. The atmosphere had changed imperceptibly, a hint of chill that tingled the skin, reminiscent of an impending snowfall. Yet the sky outside remained clear, untouched by winter's touch. My gaze drifted to the partially open hallway door, the entryway to the grandfather clock's melodic chimes. The door stood as I had left it, a sliver of darkness beckoning from the shadows beyond. But as I peered closer, a peculiar density seemed to cloak that wedge of darkness, a presence that defied the norm. The room's radiator hummed softly, but its warmth avoided the corner where the shadow lingered, as if an unseen force redirected its flow. Intrigued rather than afraid, I leaned forward in my chair, drawn by a quiet fascination. The shadows seemed to respond to my gaze, shifting and morphing in a dance of light and dark. It held a mystery, a depth that defied explanation, like a forgotten memory hovering just out of reach. I bookmarked my place in the book and watched, captivated. As minutes stretched into moments, the shadow behind the door stirred with a subtle motion, like gentle ripples in a pond. The room remained still, yet the darkness moved with a life of its own, synchronized with the grand clock's steady ticks. Breathing in harmony with the shadow's undulating form, I felt a tranquility wash over me. The darkness swayed with a rhythm that transcended words, a silent language of shape and shade that spoke to something primal within. Patterns emerged within the shadow, intricate designs that defied logic, shifting and dissolving like wisps of smoke. Yet there was no malice in these manifestations, only a sense of communion, a sharing of secrets in the language of the night. Time became fluid in this silent exchange, stretching and contracting like a gentle tide. The shadow reached out tentatively, then receded, a dance of give and take that felt like a silent conversation between kindred spirits. With the clock's chiming of 1, the shadow began to fade, its presence waning like a departing friend bidding farewell. As it merged back into the ordinary darkness of the hallway, a sense of peace lingered in the room, a quiet blessing left in its wake. Picking up my book once more, I sat in the circle of lamplight, savoring the serenity that the shadow had bestowed upon me. Sleep beckoned, its gentle embrace promising dreams woven with the memory of that enigmatic visitor from the depths of darkness. To this day, I leave the door ajar each night, inviting that familiar shadow to return. On silent evenings, I catch glimpses of its presence, a comforting reminder of our shared moments of quiet understanding. And as I settle into my chair, I welcome the peaceful hours ahead, ready to embrace the gentle visitor from the realm of shadows once more. Story 12. The November breeze gently rustled the dry leaves scattered across the driveway, setting a tranquil tone as I gazed at the silhouette of the forsaken mansion looming against the somber sky. Known as the never-inhabited house, a misleading name for a place that had indeed seen occupants in a bygone era, though their identities had long faded into obscurity. Approaching the weathered gate, my fingers met the icy touch of the wrought iron bars, sending a shiver down my spine. The air carried a faint scent of damp, moss mingled with the cool embrace of ancient stone. Navigating through the overgrown garden, where brambles coiled around the weathered walls like nature's reclaiming embrace, I couldn't help but notice peculiar traces of recent passage among the unruly vegetation. Curious paths etched through the greenery hinted at a presence that defied explanation. The neighbors had insisted that no one dared to tread upon the grounds, yet the evidence before me suggested otherwise. Pushing open the creaking front door, I stepped into a realm veiled in a bluish hue, cast by the filtered light seeping through closed shutters. The atmosphere within was dense with the weight of ages, the air laden with the musty fragrance of antiquity. Each footfall echoed through the deserted halls, the floorboards protesting under the weight of my presence. Ghostly shapes draped in yellowed sheets adorned the furniture, their forms dancing eerily in the dimness. Ascending the staircase, my hand found purchase on the polished wooden railing, a testament to the countless souls who had once trod these very steps. A procession of closed doors lined the corridor on the upper floor, concealing empty chambers frozen in time, save for a few remnants of forgotten lives. It was in the final room that a subtle disturbance in the dust caught my eye, a bedroom that bore the delicate touch of a woman's presence. A silver brush lay atop the dresser, strands of dark, fresh hair entwined within its bristles, defying the settled layer of neglect. The bed, meticulously made, bore the imprint of a recent occupant, a haunting reminder of a spectral figure that seemed to linger just beyond my sight. A flicker in the mirror hinted at a presence unseen, a phantom image that dissolved upon my gaze. Descending the stairs with a quickened pace, I felt the weight of unseen eyes upon me, the shadows in the salon seeming to stir with a life of their own. A haunting melody, soft and forlorn, drifted down from the upper reaches of the mansion, a wistful echo of a time long past. Pausing at the threshold, I hesitated, torn between reality and the ethereal whispers that enveloped me. As I departed, the tranquility of the garden enveloped me once more, the once stirring wind now hushed to a whisper. Glancing back at the mansion, a fleeting glimpse of a spectral figure in an upstairs window sent a shiver down my spine, a silent specter beckoning from the realm beyond. In the days that followed, I meticulously compiled my report on the property, detailing its condition and potential, yet omitting the inexplicable occurrences that had unfolded within its walls. A cryptic note alluded to the unique allure of the estate, a magnet for those attuned to its enigmatic charm. The never-inhabited house lingered on the market, its mysteries shrouded in silence. Each passing glance revealed a phantom presence flitting through the vacant rooms, a ghostly reminder of a past that refused to be forgotten. Perhaps the true secret of the mansion lay not in its lack of inhabitants, but in the enduring spirit that dwelled within, a specter bound to the echoes of time. Story 13. The hotel corridor was bathed in a warm amber glow filtering through honey-colored glass lampshades, casting a soft, inviting light. It was late, and the only sound breaking the night's silence was the gentle hum of distant air conditioners. Dragging my suitcase with silent wheels along the rich burgundy carpet, I made my way towards the elevator, feeling the weight of travel settling on my shoulders after a long day of business meetings. As I reached the elevator, I pressed the button and waited, my tired reflection staring back at me from the metallic doors. The digital numbers above the elevator glowed a calming green, slowly counting down, 654. The soft light reflected off the walls, creating a serene ambience. When the doors slid open with a gentle chime, I stepped into the small space lined with mirrors and dark wood. I selected the 7th floor, the topmost level, and leaned back against the wall, closing my eyes briefly. The elevator started its ascent with a smooth, almost hypnotic motion, the barely audible sound of the mechanism resembling a deep, steady breath. Upon opening my eyes, I caught a glimpse of something peculiar in the mirror ahead. My reflection seemed slightly delayed in its movements, creating an eerie sensation as if it were mimicking me with a fraction of delay. Shaking off the strange feeling as a product of fatigue, I continued my ascent. As the elevator came to a stop and the doors slid open, I stepped into a hallway that felt oddly unfamiliar. The carpet was now a deep emerald green, a stark contrast to the burgundy below. The antique wall lamps exuded a vintage charm, their Art Deco design catching my attention. Although the display still showed the 7th floor, everything around me had shifted into a different realm. The hallway appeared elongated, almost maze-like, and carried a distinct scent of old books and ancient wood, enveloping me in a blanket of nostalgia. The room doors bore unconventional labels like 7A, 7B, 7C, deviating from the standard numbering system I was accustomed to. A sense of unease crept over me as I turned back towards the elevator, only to find the doors sealed shut, unresponsive to my frantic attempts to call it back. The silence grew thicker, wrapping around me like a shroud as I tentatively navigated the unfamiliar corridor, each door I passed emanating a unique aura, hinting at untold stories hidden behind the dark wood facades. At the end of the hallway, a figure sat in an antique armchair, a wise-looking doorman with impeccably white hair and a welcoming smile. "Lost are we?" he inquired in a soothing, familiar tone, his presence strangely comforting. Admitting my confusion, I mentioned my intended destination on the 7th floor, only to be met with a cryptic response. "Ah, this is indeed the 7th floor, just not the one you sought. This elevator has a way of guiding weary travelers to where they truly need to be, not necessarily where they believe they should go." Taking in my surroundings with newfound clarity, I noticed intricate details previously overlooked: the golden-framed photographs adorning the walls, depicting joyous faces from a bygone era, and the clock ticking backwards, defying the laws of time. The doorman's words washed over me as he motioned for me to take a seat, assuring me that time held no sway in this peculiar realm. Sinking into the plush armchair beside him, I felt the weight of exhaustion gradually lifting, replaced by a sense of peace and tranquility. The once unsettling silence now wrapped around me like a familiar embrace, lulling me into a state of serene contemplation. The doorman resumed his reading, the rhythmic turning of pages blending harmoniously with the backward ticking of the clock, creating a soothing symphony. Lost in the timeless ambience, I lost track of temporal boundaries, unsure if moments or hours slipped by in the hushed hallway. The distant chime of the elevator broke the tranquil spell, prompting the doorman to gesture towards the now opened doors. "It seems your path awaits," he remarked, his gaze never leaving the book in his hands. Standing up, a newfound sense of rejuvenation coursing through me, I turned to express my gratitude, only to find the armchair vacant, a solitary book resting on its arm, its weathered leather cover whispering of untold tales. Stepping into the waiting elevator, the journey back was swift and seamless, returning me to the familiar realm of burgundy carpets and modern fixtures. Reaching my room and unlocking the door, I stole one last glance at the elevator, the digital display momentarily flickering with an unfamiliar symbol before reverting to a simple 7. Since that enigmatic night, every elevator ride carries a whisper of uncertainty, a silent question of destination versus destiny. And on nights steeped in tranquility, the echo of turning pages lingers in the air, a reminder of a hallway existing between worlds where time holds no dominion. Story 14. The mist wrapped around my feet like a soft embrace as I wandered along the tangled path behind my grandmother's old home. Despite the early hour, darkness clung to this place, holding onto the night as if reluctant to let it go. The air hung heavy with dampness, carrying the musty fragrance of fallen leaves mingled with something deeper, something ancient and elusive that teased my senses. It had been a mere fortnight since I inherited this estate, and while the house exuded a familiar warmth, it was the enigmatic garden that beckoned me with its silent allure. Stretching out behind the grand Victorian manor, the garden was encased within weathered stone walls draped in ivy so dark it seemed to absorb the light. What struck me most were the towering trees encircling the garden, their branches intertwining to form a canopy so dense that even the sun struggled to pierce through. This garden had been in my grandmother's possession for over 6 decades, yet in all my visits as a child, I had never witnessed her tending to it. Inquiring about it once, she had simply smiled and uttered, "Some places have a way of taking care of themselves, my dear." As a child, her words had seemed whimsical, but now, amidst the perpetual twilight of this realm, they bore a weight I could not ignore. My footsteps fell soundlessly on the moist earth, as if the ground itself absorbed the echoes of my presence. The flora here grew unlike any other I had encountered. Ghostly white roses bloomed devoid of any hue, their petals emitting a gentle luminescence in the dim light. Ferns curled in intricate spirals, their fronds extending like curious tendrils whenever I drew near. But most mesmerizing were the mushrooms that dotted the garden in perfect circles, their blue-gray caps pulsating with a soft, ethereal glow. Venturing further into this mysterious sanctuary, I noticed an odd phenomenon among the plant life. Every flower, every leaf, every blade of grass seemed to shy away as I approached, only to gradually turn towards me once I had passed by. It was not the wind that stirred them, there was no breeze in this sheltered haven. Their movements were deliberate, almost inquisitive, akin to shy children peeking out at a stranger from behind a corner. At the heart of the garden stood an ancient stone fountain, its basin dry yet untouched by moss or vine. Carved with cryptic symbols that seemed to shift with each glance, the stone emitted a subtle warmth as I ran my fingers over its surface. A faint hum vibrated through my touch, and for a fleeting moment, a distant melody seemed to dance on the air. It was then that I noticed the butterflies. Not the vibrant creatures of ordinary gardens, but pure white beings with semi-transparent wings, resembling snowflakes caught in morning light. They flitted among the pale blooms, leaving trails of silvery dust in their wake. Instead of falling, the dust hung in the air, forming intricate patterns that resembled constellations. As I watched entranced, I realized the patterns were not random. They were weaving a message in a script that felt achingly familiar, like words from a dream slipping from memory upon waking. A chill crept into the air, prompting me to draw my sweater closer. Checking my watch, I discovered it had stopped, though I could not pinpoint when time had halted. The light remained constant, it never shifted in this enchanted garden, yet I sensed that hours had slipped away unnoticed. Time flowed differently here, akin to honey, thick and unhurried. In my grandmother's diary, unearthed from her study after her passing, a single entry spoke of the garden. It existed before us, and it shall endure long after. We do not own it, it possesses us. Some gardens cultivate flowers, this one nurtures secrets. Standing amidst the silent ballet of spectral butterflies and swaying foliage, I comprehended the truth of her words. Other peculiarities revealed themselves, the absence of birds overhead, shadows moving independently of any light source, flowers blooming and withering in mere moments only to bloom anew. This garden pulsed with a life that defied natural laws, following the whims of its own design. As twilight approached, how I discerned this in the unchanging luminance, I could not say I retraced my steps towards the house. The path appeared altered, yet my footprints from earlier remained etched in the soil. Fresh blossoms had unfurled where none had existed before, their petals tightly closed around secrets not yet ready to be unveiled. Before exiting the garden, I cast a final glance backward. In the distance near the fountain, a figure reminiscent of my grandmother tended to plants that defied logic. But with a blink, the figure dissolved into the mist, leaving behind only the pale blossoms and the perpetual twilight that whispered, "Welcome home." That evening, as I readied myself for slumber, a solitary white butterfly perched on my windowsill, its wings casting shadows that resembled words on the wall. Drifting into dreams, I pondered whether the garden had chosen me as it had chosen my grandmother decades ago. In the realm of sleep, I heard the fountain's elusive melody and grasped why certain places need not bask in sunlight. They possess a light of their own, born from secrets as ancient as time itself. Story 15. In the gentle glow of the candlelight, shadows swirled and danced on the ancient stone walls as I descended the weathered steps into the depths of the old cellar. Each creak of the wooden stairs beneath my feet was a familiar echo, a companion from countless journeys to retrieve Grandma's treasured preserves. The air wrapped around me like a cool, damp embrace, carrying with it the earthy fragrance of aged wood that stirred memories of days gone by. But on this particular evening, a subtle shift lingered in the air. Perhaps it was the flickering candle flame defying the stillness, or the thin veil of dust that cloaked every surface, despite my recent visit. The shadows seemed to stretch longer, reaching eagerly into the darkness below. Pausing halfway down the staircase, a peculiar sensation gripped me. The shelves, typically ending within a short distance, now extended far beyond my expectations. The candlelight faltered, failing to illuminate the distant ends, as if the cellar itself was stretching before my eyes. Silence enveloped me, tangible and heavy, broken only by the rhythm of my own heartbeat and the distant drip of water seeping through the ancient stones. Driven by a curiosity that outweighed my apprehension, I pressed on. The jars of preserves gleamed dimly in the wavering light, but instead of familiar labels, I found myself gazing upon dates of antiquity. 1980, 1960, 1940. Some labels were so faded they appeared as mere whispers of the past. The air grew colder, carrying the scent of damp earth mingled with a hint of something older, like the fragrance of forgotten manuscripts. The shelves continued their descent, revealing walls adorned not with rough stone, but with intricate patterns of ancient bricks. Unfamiliar symbols etched into the stone with a precision that defied the era of the house's construction captured my gaze. Coming to a halt before a singular shelf, a jar of peculiar make drew my attention. Crafted from dark glass that seemed to swallow light itself, the label, though aged, bore a date that defied logic, 1820. Trembling, I lifted the jar, and in the cellar's hushed embrace, a faint whisper reached my ears, a sound not of words, but of time unfurling like ancient scrolls stirred by a gentle breeze. Slowly turning, I caught a glimpse of blurred figures moving in the shadows, ephemeral memories seeking form. Deciding it was time to retreat, I turned towards the stairs, only to find the distance I had traversed had expanded before me. The light at the staircase's summit appeared distant, a solitary beacon in the abyss. With measured steps I ascended, willing calmness to settle upon me, counting each footfall as in childhood days. As I climbed, the shelves shifted once more, returning to their familiar state, the dates on the jars growing more recent, the walls reverting to their original form. The jar from 1820 remained in my grasp, a tangible reminder of the surreal journey. Emerging into the warm glow of the kitchen, I placed the jar on the first step, casting a final glance into the cellar's shadows. In a fleeting moment, I thought I glimpsed movement in the depths, a distortion of time itself. That night, seated at the kitchen table with a steaming cup of tea, I pondered the events of the evening. The jar now bore a simple label, Blackberry Jam 2023. Yet as I uncorked it, a scent unlike any other wafted forth a fragrance redolent of time, sweet and ancient as cherished memories. Since that mysterious night, each descent into the cellar has held a whisper of anticipation. Though the stairs remain unaltered and the shelves stocked with familiar preserves, there are moments when the dim light and profound silence hint at hidden secrets. I wonder if I will once more encounter that endless corridor, beckoning me to explore further into the enigma of time. And perhaps one day I will summon the courage to venture beyond, to unravel the mysteries that lie where time itself loses its grasp on reality. Story 16, the gentle moonlight spilled into my room, caressing the wooden floor with soft shadows. I've always been attuned to the night, waking when the world holds its breath in a hush of quiet. On this particular evening, the autumn breeze danced through the trees, playing a soothing melody against the window panes. It was on one of my midnight strolls through the old house that I first saw a peculiar alteration in the wallpaper pattern along the hallway. Initially, I brushed it off as a mere trick of the dim light, the whimsical ways shadows can deceive us in the night's embrace. But as my fingers trailed along the wall, the texture shifted beneath them, transforming into something smooth and polished, resembling aged wood rather than the familiar textured wallpaper. This discovery became a nightly ritual. Each dusk, as the sun dipped below the horizon and silence enveloped the world, I awaited the subtle shift. It always began with a change in the air, a slight coolness, accompanied by whispers of cedarwood and something ancient, reminiscent of weathered leather-bound tomes and forgotten chambers. Gradually, the door materialized before me, like a photograph developing in slow motion. First, a faint outline against the wallpaper, then, bit by bit, it took form an ornate wooden door adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to dance and morph whenever I tried to focus on them. The brass doorknob shimmered with an inner warmth, beckoning rather than reflecting light from without. Night after night, I sat in the hallway watching the door emerge. Sometimes I'd bring a cup of chamomile tea, its comforting scent mingling with the mysterious fragrances that accompanied the door's appearance. Though my fingers often hovered near the doorknob, I never dared to touch it, sensing that opening it would unleash a profound change, one I wasn't yet prepared to face. During these nocturnal vigils, I began noticing subtle changes throughout the house. The shadows deepened, moving with purposeful intent. The usual creaks and sighs of the old house took on a rhythmic cadence akin to a distant lullaby. The air grew heavy with promise, pregnant with untold tales waiting to be unveiled. On exceptionally tranquil nights, I could swear I heard faint sounds emanating from behind the door, not eerie noises, but rather intriguing ones. The rustle of unseen pages in a book, the gentle tick-tock of a non-existent grandfather clock, and occasionally, a soft humming of an unfamiliar tune. Delving into the house's history yielded no information about the door, yet I stumbled upon accounts of past inhabitants recounting strange dreams and serene nights. One previous owner, an elderly lady who had resided in the house for over 5 decades, wrote in her diary of a path to peaceful slumber that only materialized in the darkest hours. Her musings had been dismissed as the ramblings of a solitary widow, but now they resonated deeply with me. As weeks turned into months, the door became my companion by night. When sleep evaded me, I'd sit near it, feeling its reassuring presence like that of an old friend. Sometimes I'd read by its gentle glow, other times I'd simply bask in its company, attuned to the subtle sounds that seemed to emanate from beyond. The door exuded no malice or threat, rather it exuded a sense of serenity, as if safeguarding something precious, not concealing something sinister. One unforgettable night, as I sat in my customary spot beside the door, I noticed a new development. The carvings in the wood seemed to narrate a tale, figures traversing forests, scaling mountains, crossing oceans. Yet whenever I attempted to follow their journey to its conclusion, the patterns shifted, initiating a new story. It was as though the door itself was a storyteller, weaving endless narratives for those patient enough to observe and listen. Years have drifted by since I first encountered the door, yet I've never turned its handle. Sometimes I ponder if this reluctance is why it continues to manifest, because I've respected its enigma, permitted it to retain its mysteries. The door serves as a reminder that certain queries are best left unanswered, certain enigmas retain their allure when left unexplored. On nights of restless slumber, I still venture to the hallway, cup of tea in hand. Without fail, the door materializes, punctual as ever, bringing its familiar warmth and solace. Amidst the soft luminescence, I realize that perhaps the door's true purpose isn't to be opened at all. Maybe its essence lies not in what lies beyond, but in the tranquility it bestows upon those who simply acknowledge its presence in the nocturnal stillness. Come morning, as sunlight bathes the room and the door fades back into ordinary wallpaper, I sometimes question its existence. Yet as night descends once more, with it comes that subtle shift in the air, that gentle alteration in reality, affirming that certain wonders exist solely for those willing to sit in the dark and await the magic that unfolds. Story 17, the grandfather clock in my study told midnight with its deep resonance, each chime echoing through the tranquil air like gentle ripples on a pond. Nestled in my weathered leather armchair, a cherished book lay open on my lap as I savored the soft patter of rain against the window panes. The old house murmured softly, its ancient wooden frame settling into the hush of the night. My gaze drifted to the hallway door, cast in shadow against the warm glow of my reading lamp. Tonight, an inexplicable shift seemed to linger around it, a subtle change that eluded my grasp. Perhaps it was the way the brass handle caught the light differently, or the way the wood's grain seemed to dance in an unfamiliar pattern. Having resided in this house for 15 years, I had never felt this sense of unfamiliarity with the door. Rising from my seat, I marked my place in the book with a delicate silk ribbon. The floor, cool beneath my slippers, seemed to grow colder as I approached the door, as though a whisper of winter had crept into this secluded corner of my sanctuary. My hand brushed against the door handle, unexpectedly warm against the chill of the night, its touch sending a shiver down my spine. The door swung open effortlessly, revealing the unchanging hallway beyond, the same faded wallpaper, the same threadbare carpet, the same familiar photographs adorning the walls. Shaking my head at my own fanciful imagination, I closed the door once more. Perhaps my mind had been wandering into the realm of mystery novels too often of late. That night, my dreams were filled with doors that materialized in improbable locations, doors with the same warm brass handles as the one in my hallway, doors that beckoned with an otherworldly allure. As morning broke, I went about my daily routine, scarcely sparing a glance for the hallway door as I passed by. It wasn't until dusk settled in, casting long shadows across the room, that I noticed a peculiar alteration. The door appeared lighter in hue, as though it had aged decades overnight. The brass handle now bore a weathered patina that hadn't been there before. Intrigued, I approached it once more, this time scrutinizing every detail with the eye of an artist. The wood had indeed transformed, a shade lighter, with a unique grain pattern that eluded recognition. Even the hinges had shifted from their usual somber black to a burnished copper hue. Night after night, the door continued its subtle metamorphosis. Each time I looked, a new change awaited. Sometimes it aged, sometimes it renewed, its handle shifting slightly, its frame gaining or losing intricate carvings. Captivated by this enigma, I started a journal, meticulously recording each transformation with careful sketches and detailed descriptions. Strangely, the door never altered when under my direct gaze. It was always during the deepest hours of the night, when the house slumbered and my attention wandered, that these shifts would manifest. One evening, determined to unravel this mystery, I decided to stay awake and observe the door throughout the night. I positioned my armchair to face it, brewed a pot of robust tea, and settled in for my silent vigil. As the grandfather clock ticked away the hours, my eyelids grew heavy, but my resolve remained steadfast. At 3:17 a.m., by the measure of my watch, the lights in my study flickered fleetingly. In that fleeting darkness, a subtle shift in the room's atmosphere heralded a new transformation of the door. The warm oak had transmuted into lustrous mahogany, with delicate silver inlays tracing fluid patterns that seemed to dance when viewed askance. Intrigued by these newfound intricacies, I approached the door, now graced with a handle of carved crystal, and hesitated before making contact. A gentle hum suffused the air around it, akin to the fading resonance of a struck bell. It was then that I made a startling discovery. The door bore no keyhole. In all its iterations, the keyhole had never existed, despite my vivid recollections of its presence every morning as I passed through. A sense of disquiet settled within me, a nagging uncertainty akin to a forgotten word on the tip of the tongue. In the days that followed, I pored over my journal entries, searching for any mention of the keyhole. To my bewilderment, I found none. Had I overlooked such a fundamental detail, or was there a deeper mystery at play? The question lingered, a shadow cast upon my thoughts. Now, each evening in my study, I find myself pondering that enigmatic door and its nightly transformations. Sometimes I catch glimpses of divergent hallways beyond the threshold, each adorned with different carpets, wallpapers, and photographs. Yet, upon opening the door, it always reveals the same hallway. I toyed with the idea of rearranging the photographs to confirm the authenticity of my reality, but an unspoken caution held me back, a whisper from the recesses of the mind warning against delving too deeply into the spaces between perception and truth. The door persists in its nightly changes, each shift a quiet marvel that I have come to cherish. I often wonder, is it truly the door that transforms, or is it my perception that evolves with each viewing? Perhaps both are true, or perhaps neither. As the grandfather clock heralds the stroke of midnight, and the rain continues its gentle tap against the window panes, I find myself eagerly anticipating the unveiling of the door's new guise. In the quiet hours before dawn, I am drawn to the mysteries it harbors, the secrets it may choose to disclose or conceal in its ever-changing form. Story 18. The autumn garden lay veiled in a delicate mist that morning as I set about gathering the fallen leaves. The crisp air tenderly kissed my cheeks, carrying the fragrance of moist soil and the chrysanthemums I had carefully planted weeks ago. Silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the soft rustle of dried leaves beneath my feet and the occasional melody of an early bird. As I raked near the weathered stone bench, a faint glimmer amidst the fallen foliage caught my eye. A silvery sheen beckoned me, akin to a dewdrop capturing a sunbeam. Bending down slowly, I brushed away the damp leaves, revealing an antique necklace. It was a work of art, boasting an oval pendant adorned with intricate floral designs and a mesmerizing blue gem at its heart. The necklace exuded a peculiar radiance, as if it held its own ethereal light. Cradling it in my hands, I felt its weightlessness and the cool touch against my skin. I knew it didn't belong to anyone I was acquainted with. Having dwelled alone in that house for over 2 decades, the unfamiliarity of the necklace intrigued me. That evening, after tenderly cleansing the necklace, I positioned it on the nightstand by my bedside. Falling asleep, I watched as moonbeams filtered through the window, casting dancing shadows upon the walls. Throughout the night, I stirred from slumber, sensing a distant melody, akin to a music box's tender tune echoing through the house. Sweet and melancholic, the music dissipated whenever I endeavored to capture its essence. Come morning, I observed the necklace had shifted on the nightstand, as though someone had moved it in the night. In the daylight, the blue gem appeared less luminous, yet upon touching it, a faint warmth emanated from the metal, unlike the chill of the previous day. Intrigued, I resolved to delve into its origins. In the ensuing days, subtle changes manifested within the house. Items on the kitchen table seemed displaced each morning, as though someone had examined them in the night. Family photographs on the hallway wall appeared askew, their positions altered daily. The nocturnal melody persisted, growing clearer and more recognizable, though its source remained elusive. One evening, while engrossed in a book in my armchair, the necklace by my side, I distinctly heard faint footsteps ascending from upstairs. Delicate and cautious, the steps resembled those of a child tiptoeing. Quietly rising, I ascended the stairs, yet found no one present. However, in the guest room repurposed as a storage space, I came upon an unfamiliar wooden box, intricately adorned with floral motifs akin to the necklace. Nestled within, on a cushion of faded velvet, lay a photograph aged by time. The image depicted a young woman adorned with an identical necklace, and on the reverse, a date inscribed in faded script and a phrase, "To remember the happy days in the garden." From that night forth, the music box melody resounded more frequently, its once unsettling aura now comforting. It seemed as though the house itself serenaded a lullaby, a gentle tune that filled the rooms during the quietest hours of night. Sometimes, on autumn evenings in the garden, a vague figure seemed to flit among the trees, reminiscent of a memory striving to materialize. The identity of the woman in the photograph and the necklace's origin remained elusive mysteries. I've embraced the enigmatic presence in my life, akin to accepting the ebb and flow of seasons and the passage of time. The necklace still rests upon my nightstand, and on tranquil nights when the moon is full and the breeze whispers through the leaves, distant laughter mingles with the music box melody, a fleeting echo of joyous days forgotten by time. Story 19. The night carried with it a special essence, the taste of autumn seeping into your very bones, whispering promises of endless nights. Nestled in the cozy armchair of my study, I found solace in the gentle wind outside, its soft caress on the leaves crafting a serene natural symphony. Amidst this tranquility, a faint noise stirred from the depths of the basement, akin to the rustling of ancient paper. Initially dismissing it as the usual settling of the house, I rose from my seat, driven more by curiosity than fear. The warm glow of the desk lamp enveloped me in a golden embrace as I made my way towards the basement door. Each wooden step groaned softly under my weight as though murmuring age-old secrets. The air grew cooler as I descended, carrying hints of damp earth and forgotten tomes. In the basement, shadows waltzed along the walls to the flickering rhythm of the light bulb. It was a familiar sight, with boxes neatly stacked and furniture draped in white sheets resembling slumbering phantoms. Yet that night a peculiar detail caught my eye. Nestled in the far corner, barely touched by light, stood a door. Simple in its design, crafted from dark wood without embellishments, it intrigued me. I couldn't recall ever seeing it before, despite spending countless hours organizing the basement. The brass handle gleamed as if freshly polished, drawing me closer. Approaching cautiously, I felt the chill of the floor pulsating beneath my feet, almost as if it had a heartbeat of its own. The air around the door grew colder, sending shivers down my spine. Running my fingers over the ancient wood, I sensed a faint vibration as if the door acknowledged my presence. The silence deepened, broken only by the echo of my own heartbeat. With trembling fingers, I gripped the handle. Surprisingly warm against the cold, it turned effortlessly, revealing a sight beyond belief. Instead of a wall, a room, or anything expected, a thin veil of silvery mist greeted me. It swayed gently, as if moved by unseen currents, casting a mesmerizing light. Not eerie, but rather alluring, like a fading dream at dawn. A distant melody, soft and delicate, drifted from within, evoking memories of spring blooms and freshly brewed tea. Standing at the threshold, torn between curiosity and caution, I hesitated. The mist danced before me, morphing into fleeting shapes that eluded my grasp. Familiar faces, unknown landscapes flickered before my eyes, blurring the line between reality and enigma. Admiring this ethereal display, I took a step back, closing the door with a gentle click. The spell broke, returning the basement to its mundane state. The house resumed its usual sounds, the clocks ticking, the wind's whispers, a dog's distant bark. Ascending the stairs, a sense of wonder lingered within me, a feeling of unearthing something extraordinary. In the days that followed, I revisited the basement, yet the door had vanished, replaced by a solid brick wall. But on nights draped in silence, where wakefulness meets slumber, I still catch echoes of that distant melody. I wonder if the door lingers somewhere concealed, awaiting another seeker. Some doors, I've learned, open only at specific junctures, when time and space converge in unknowable ways. The mystery of that basement door taught me that not every question demands an answer. Some secrets are more enchanting when left untouched, like fleeting dreams that brush against reality before dissolving into the silver haze of memory. Story 20. The ocean that night lay unusually tranquil. Perched on the veranda of my wooden abode, enveloped in a cozy woolen blanket, I savored the soft rhythm of waves caressing the shore. The full moon cast its silvery glow upon the water, painting a shimmering path that beckoned me to follow it into the unknown horizon. In that moment of quiet reflection, a peculiar sight caught my eye, a green luminescence, almost ethereal, swaying amidst the waves not far from the coast. Rising slowly from the creaking rocking chair, I felt the salty breeze brush against my face as I descended the weathered steps. Despite the late hour, the sand beneath my bare feet retained a comforting warmth. Drawing closer to the water's edge where it kissed the land gently, the greenish glow came into sharper focus. An ancient glass bottle, its elegant elongated form holding a yellowed scrap of paper within. Handling the bottle with care, I noticed its unexpected weight and the salt-encrusted patina that obscured parts of its surface. The moonlight filtered through, casting mesmerizing reflections across its contours. The cork stopper, sealed with cracked black wax, remained intact despite the passage of time. Observing closely, the glass revealed tiny sparkling crystals within, resembling miniature stars trapped in its depths. Returning to the porch, the warm light of the oil lamp provided a clearer view of my discovery. Placing the bottle on the worn wooden table, I settled into my favorite armchair. The sea's murmur now seemed more pronounced, as if it held a secret longing to be unveiled. With deliberate movements, I began to carefully remove the aged sealing wax. The seal crumbled like ancient ash beneath my touch. The cork stopper, remarkably preserved, exuded an unusual fragrance as I gingerly extracted it, a blend of seaweed, aged ink, and an elusive, indefinable essence. Inside, a rolled paper tied with a faded blue silk ribbon awaited. My hands trembled slightly as I undid the knot. Surprisingly resilient despite its age, the paper bore ink that had taken on a sepia hue, rendering parts of the text nearly illegible. The words danced on the page in a language familiar yet elusive, the elegant script marred by hints of agitation. A closer look revealed fragments of phrases. Time flows differently here, and the light is never the same. Intertwined with the text were sketches of unfamiliar constellations and lunar phases, captivating in their mystery. But it was a drawing at the page's bottom that captivated me most. A perfect spiral seeming to shift imperceptibly when viewed askance. As I read, the oil lamp began to flicker strangely, casting elongating shadows on the porch that seemed to pulse in harmony with the waves. The sea's melody had transformed, no longer a gentle lull but a rhythmic whisper akin to a forgotten chant. The air thickened, time itself slowing around me. The message's final paragraph stood out, the ink preserved more clearly in that section. They spoke of a realm where dreams and reality intertwined seamlessly, where time flowed fluidly as water through fingers. The message concluded with a chilling assertion. If you are reading these words, it means you too have been chosen. Look at the sea tonight. You'll see it's no longer the same as before. Raising my gaze from the paper, I beheld a moon seemingly enlarged, its reflection on the water transformed into an otherworldly, geometric shape. The bottle on the table emitted the same green radiance that had captivated me, now pulsating slowly, akin to a slumbering heart. Carefully folding the message and returning it to the bottle, I left the cork aside. Peering out at the horizon, I pondered if others had stumbled upon similar messages, feeling the silent beckoning of the sea's depths. The night drifted by in serene quietude, yet an indefinable shift had occurred. Whether it was the stars' reflection on the water or a transformation within myself, I remained uncertain. Until dawn's light crept over the horizon, I lingered on the porch, listening to the sea's whispered secrets of old. The bottle rested on the table, its green glow waning with the rising sun. The full understanding of that enigmatic message eluded me, but a subtle transformation had taken root within. On nights of the full moon, I still catch glimpses of that dancing green glow among the waves, an invitation to unearth mysteries perhaps best left undisturbed in the ocean's depths. Story 21. Autumn nights in our neighborhood have always held a touch of magic. The air carries whispers of fallen leaves and the hushed cadence of footsteps on damp streets. Lately, on my evening walks home from work, a peculiar occurrence has captured my attention. At the intersection of Maple Street and Rose Avenue stands a streetlight unlike the others. While its companions cast a steady golden glow on the path, this one behaves mysteriously. As I draw near, its light begins to wane gradually, almost as if concealing a secret from my gaze. Initially, I dismissed it as a mere malfunction, an aging fixture in need of repair, but the pattern persisted. The light dimmed solely in my presence, unaffected by the passage of others. Curiosity piqued, I decided to investigate further. Leaning against the weathered facade of the Art Deco building, I observed from a distance. The streetlight's beam remained strong, painting elongated shadows and glistening dew on the garden grass. Moving closer, the light flickered slightly. With each step, its luminosity diminished, as though holding its breath. Standing beneath the dimmed glow, a peculiar stillness enveloped me. The city's clamor seemed distant, as if receding along with the fading light. Peering at the glass casing, faint marks etched an enigmatic pattern. Straining to discern them, a gust of wind stirred the leaves, and a faint movement within the glass caught my attention. Subsequently, I altered my route to intersect with this peculiar streetlight each evening. The ritual unfolded predictably, the light dimming, the silence thickening, the sensation of unseen eyes from above. Nuances emerged, subtle shifts in color, a language conveyed through imperceptible tonal changes. One moonlit night, amidst the twilight circle, a melodious hum resonated from within the pole, vibrating beneath my touch. Captivated, I meticulously documented each encounter. The dimming intensity correlated with lunar phases, nearly extinguishing during new moons and glowing steadfastly under the full moon's gaze. The light's restoration to full brightness always concluded in precisely 23 seconds. Strangely, the streetlight's influence began to shape my actions. I found myself slowing, engaging in a silent communion as I neared, lingering beneath its subdued radiance. I refrained from seeking a rational explanation, content in the mystery that unfolded solely in my presence. Each evening, as I approach homeward, I sense the streetlight's anticipation, creating a sanctuary of twilight for our silent rendezvous. Night after night, I partake in this enigmatic dance with the dimming light. Whether electrical anomaly or something profound, I embrace the sense of belonging to a greater narrative, a tale woven in shadows and light. Story 22. In the hush of the night, the rhythm of my footsteps reverberated through the ancient wooden corridor. The floorboards sang their familiar creak under my weight, harmonizing with the gentle patter of rain on the window panes. A sweet fragrance lingered in the air, a blend of aged wood and musty paper, wrapping around me like a comforting shroud. Pausing before the door at the hallway's end, the one that had remained untouched for months, I felt the faint glimmer of the lock beckoning me in the soft glow of the wall lamps. I vividly recalled securing the door tightly the last time, turning the key thrice and testing the handle for good measure. A habitual ritual that brought me solace, yet on this particular evening an unspoken shift hung in the air. The space surrounding the door felt chilled, a delicate layer of dust settling upon the brass handle in intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the dim light. Drawing nearer, I observed the dust forming concentric circles, a silent message etched by an unseen hand. The door's surface emitted a subtle warmth, a sensation only discernible by pressing my palm against it. A curious anomaly, given the room had been sealed off and devoid of any heating source. Leaning in, I strained to catch any sound amidst the profound quietude, and there in that pregnant silence, a faint rhythm, akin to the steady breath of one in slumber, brushed against my senses. Retrieving the key from my robe's pocket, its warmth against my skin felt almost otherworldly. With deliberate care, I inserted the key into the lock, each movement deliberate and deliberate, aiming to disturb the silence as little as possible. The key slid in smoothly, yet a subtle resistance met my attempt to turn it. A surge of anticipation, mingled with curiosity, quickened my heartbeat, not out of fear, but out of an eagerness to uncover the unknown. Trying the key in the opposite direction, it yielded effortlessly, emitting a soft click. Pushing the door ajar, a waft of warm, fragrant air greeted me, reminiscent of freshly brewed vanilla tea. Moonbeams filtered through gossamer curtains, casting a silvery luminescence upon the room. Everything appeared unchanged, yet transformed in some mystical way. Books stood on shelves in a new arrangement, forming intricate designs previously unseen. The velvet armchair had shifted slightly towards the window, an empty porcelain cup resting on the adjacent table, a detail I couldn't recall leaving behind. Approaching the mahogany desk, my fingers traced its polished surface, revealing a patchy distribution of dust, as if words had been inscribed and erased. Beside the inkwell lay a yellowed sheet with a single sentence scripted in a handwriting akin to mine, though unfamiliar. "Time flows differently here," the sentence read. As I absorbed those words, my breath synchronized with the gentle sway of the curtains, devoid of any breeze. The room's silence throbbed with a hidden vitality, a symphony of whispers just beyond reach. Sinking into the plush velvet of the armchair, I caught a glimpse of the room's reflection in the window. A fleeting shadow darted in the periphery, but upon turning, only the moon's play of light met my gaze. Briefly closing my eyes, I surrendered to the silence enveloping me. Upon reopening them, a subtle shift had occurred, as if the room itself had realigned its very essence. The cup now radiated warmth, a tendril of steam rising gracefully. Rising from the chair, I felt the weight of enigma shrouding the space. Soundlessly, I treaded back towards the door, my footsteps silent upon the wooden floor. Pausing at the threshold, I cast one last glance. The room exhaled softly, akin to a slumbering entity. Closing the door with a gentle hand, the key turning in the lock echoed like a lullaby in the hallway's silence. Since that fateful night, a hint of vanilla tea lingers in the air whenever I pass by, accompanied by the whispered rustle of pages turned by unseen hands. Though the door remains unopened, I sense the room harbors its clandestine existence, guarding mysteries perhaps best left undisturbed in the sanctity of silence. Story 23, the gentle symphony of raindrops cascading onto the roof, enveloped the old country house in a hypnotic embrace, setting the stage for another solitary evening. Serpentine patterns adorned the window panes as drops journeyed downward, their dance illuminated by the flickering candlelight that flickered against encroaching darkness. The wind, a soft conductor, rustled the leaves in the garden, weaving a natural lullaby that echoed through the night. Nestled in my favorite armchair, cradling a steaming cup of tea, I found myself entranced by the delicate tendrils of vapor rising into the air. Amidst the familiar sounds of the house, the creaking wood, the pendulum's steady tick, the whisper of the wind, an indefinable sense of disquiet began to stir. It was during a quiet moment with my tea that I caught sight of something peculiar. The upstairs bedroom window, reflected in the hallway mirror, glowed with an otherworldly light as if a phantom candle had been ignited within. Yet I knew with certainty that no such light existed in that room. Setting down my cup, I rose leisurely and made my way towards the stairs, each wooden step groaning beneath my weight, a sound that had become a familiar companion over the years. But on this night, every creak seemed to carry a hidden message, as if the house itself sought to communicate with me. As I ascended, the air grew chillier, a thin film of moisture clinging to the upper hallway walls. Upon reaching the bedroom door, I hesitated momentarily before pushing it open. The brass handle, icy to the touch, yielded with a slight squeak, unveiling a room cloaked in shadows. The window, the very one I had seen in the mirror's reflection, was securely shut. Yet to my astonishment, the lock began to shift of its own accord, guided by unseen hands. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the window began to slide open, devoid of any physical force pushing it. The gentle breeze that wafted in failed to account for the window's movement, carrying with it a sweet, ancient fragrance of dried flowers and aged wood. Approaching cautiously, I watched as raindrops pirouetted into the room, forming intricate patterns in midair before alighting upon the wooden sill. It was then that I beheld a wondrous sight. The drops did not fall in their usual downward trajectory, but danced in circular motions before settling gracefully upon the floor. As I marveled at this inexplicable display, my gaze was drawn to the window glass, where ghostly writing began to materialize, as if an invisible hand traced elusive letters upon the foggy surface. Though the words remained blurred and indecipherable, my heart quickened its pace in anticipation. The curtain stirred gently, mimicking the rhythmic breath of a slumbering being, though no draft stirred the air. Moonlight filtered through rain-laden clouds, cast dancing shadows upon the walls, silent narrators of untold tales. Reaching out a hand towards the window, I felt the cool breath of the night caress my fingers. Just as my touch neared the glass, the window closed with a whisper, sealing itself as slowly and mysteriously as it had opened. With a soft click, the ancient scent that permeated the room began to dissipate, leaving me rooted in place, awestruck by the enchanting display. For moments that stretched into eternity, I stood in silence, enveloped by the sound of rain that persisted outside. The room had reverted to its normal state, yet an intangible shift had occurred. It was as though the house had offered me a glimpse into another realm, a parallel world visible only in those fleeting moments when reality and mystery converged like gossamer threads. Since that fateful night, whenever rain graces the earth, I find myself ensconced in my armchair, eyes fixed upon the hallway mirror's reflection of the window. Sometimes it remains motionless, while on other occasions it opens slowly in a silent ritual that has woven itself into the fabric of my existence. Though the origin of this phenomenon remains a mystery, I have come to embrace it as a secret shared between myself and these ancient walls. On the stillest of nights, when the wind murmurs through the trees and rain falls in a gentle cadence, I sense a presence, familiar yet unseen, keeping vigil over me. It is as though an invisible guardian has chosen to share this space, manifesting through a window that opens of its own accord, a silent testament to the enigmatic beauty that dwells within the heart of my home. Story 24. The gentle cadence of raindrops dancing against my window had become a familiar companion during my late-night writing rituals. Each droplet traced a shimmering path down the glass, painting a shifting tapestry of liquid light. The soft radiance of my desk lamp enveloped me in a cozy amber glow, while the rest of the room basked in velvety darkness. I found solace in observing the raindrops, seeking out hidden tales within their wandering trajectories. Yet on this particular night, a subtle shift in their movements captured my attention. The water seemed to flow in mysterious patterns, as if guided by an invisible force. Initially, I brushed it off as a trick of exhaustion, the rain almost lulling me into a tranquil reverie between consciousness and slumber. But as I continued to gaze, the enigmatic designs grew more defined. Droplets avoided certain areas on the glass, delineating dry spaces that gradually outlined a figure. Intrigued, I leaned in closer, my breath hitching. The reflection not only mirrored the rain outside, but also revealed the dim interior of my room behind me. And in that dual world of glass and water, a peculiar aspect of my own reflection caught my eye. It appeared slightly delayed, as if mimicking my movements with a subtle delay. The rain's gentle murmur swelled, its melodic whispers filling the room. Mesmerized, I witnessed as my mirrored self reached out to touch the window, a gesture my physical hand did not echo. The motion was fluid, almost ethereal, as if following a choreography unknown to me. A warmth seeped into my skin, contrasting the chill of the night air near the window. Gradually, the features of my reflection began to transform, undergoing subtle changes that rendered it simultaneously recognizable and alien. The eyes that peered back at me held a profundity foreign to my own, a wisdom that spanned epochs. Motionless, I observed as my reflection continued its graceful metamorphosis. The visage transcended gender and age, embodying a timeless essence. The rain wove intricate patterns around it, a silvery frame defying the laws of gravity. A flicker of my desk lamp momentarily dimmed the room. In that brief darkness, a presence brushed against me, tender as a mother's caress. When the light steadied, my reflection reverted to its usual mimicry of my actions. But the rain persisted in its circular defiance, a testament to the extraordinary visitation. I lingered by the window for hours, contemplating the enigmatic encounter. The lingering essence felt akin to a cherished melody, neither menacing nor intrusive. With the dawn's approach, the rain ebbed, leaving behind mundane streaks on the window. Now on rainy evenings, I find myself drawn to that window, pen and paper forgotten on the desk. Occasionally, under the perfect conditions, when the rain forms a flawless mirror, I glimpse my other self observing me through the glass. There exists a silent understanding between us, a recognition that some mysteries are meant to be savored rather than unraveled. The rain continues its gentle descent, each drop harboring the promise of another rendezvous. And in those moments of mutual observation, I ponder if in a parallel existence, another version of me sits by their own window, yearning to catch a glimpse of my world through the liquid threads of rain. Story 25, Whispers of the Past. The gentle rustle of paper danced through my fingertips, a soft melody in the quiet attic. Sunlight filtered through a small, dusty window, painting the air with golden hues that swirled in the stillness. Amidst old family documents, my hand stumbled upon a weathered envelope, its seal marked with faded red wax. My name, elegantly scripted on the rough surface, seemed a stranger to my eyes. I settled into an aged wooden chair, the faint scent of ancient books and worn wood enveloping me as a gentle breeze stirred the leaves of a grand tree outside. The envelope felt weighty, as if carrying secrets beyond mere words. With care, I broke the seal, the sound of cracking wax harmonizing with the attic's silence. Inside, delicate pages awaited, veiled in the same elegant handwriting. The date atop the sheets whispered of a time 5 decades past, long before my own existence. The opening lines drew me in instantly, my dear future grandchild. As I delved into the letter, the room dimmed gradually, yet I made no move to illuminate the space. The words upon the pages seemed to radiate a soft, ethereal glow of their own. The tale unfolded, revealing the legacy of a woman, my grandmother, a stranger in life. She spoke of a rare gift that coursed through our bloodline, awakening only under specific celestial whispers. On moonlit nights with a northern wind, some in our kin could glimpse beyond the veil of time, though faintly and unclear, as if viewing reflections in rippling waters. My grandmother recounted visions of my existence, of this very moment in the attic, reading her words. A chill traced my spine as I continued, her prose growing more intimate, more personal. She detailed her attempts to shield the family using this gift, offering guidance through turbulent times. But with each glimpse beyond time's curtain, a fragment of her essence faded. Within the attic's hush, time seemed to stretch, shadows dancing with memories etched in the yellowed pages. The letter foretold events in my life, some recognized, others yet to unfold. As I progressed, the script subtly shifted, wavering as if each word demanded a greater toll. The final page loomed before me, a cryptic message veiled in uncertainty. My grandmother spoke of a pivotal choice awaiting me, a moment when the gift would awaken within my soul. I paused, lifting my gaze to the window where the full moon now peeked through ominous clouds, wind whispering of impending rain. Returning to her final words, each letter glistened as if freshly inked. When you hear the call, she concluded, you shall know your path. The gift is not a curse, but a duty. As I have done for you, so must you scribe a letter never sent, yet destined for its recipient when time deems it so. Carefully, I folded the pages and nestled them back within the envelope. The wind outside gained strength, the old floorboards creaking in protest. Standing, I approached the window, my reflection merging with the moon's glow in a surreal embrace. A fleeting image flickered, an elderly woman's smile, before vanishing into the night. On the desk, where emptiness once reigned, lay a blank parchment and a pen. Seated once more, the moonlight casting a silvery aura, I took up the pen and began to write, my dear future grandchild. Story 26. Amidst the autumn fog that draped the streets like a soft, gray shroud, each streetlight transformed into a halo of blurred light in the tranquil night. A long work shift weighed heavy on me as I journeyed home, my mind drifting in a haze of exhaustion. It was then that I noticed it, a pair of headlights in the mist, a constant presence behind me. At first, I dismissed it as a mere coincidence, but a subtle unease crept into my thoughts, whispering of something peculiar about the unchanging distance between us. The quiet hum of the engine trailing behind me felt like a steady breath, synchronized with the rhythm of my drive. Whether I slowed down or accelerated, the car mirrored my movements with eerie precision. Peering through the rearview mirror, I could only discern a dark silhouette, a sedan perhaps, its headlights resembling vigilant eyes fixed unwaveringly on me. The road twisted through the peaceful residential neighborhood, the sleeping houses exuding an air of serenity that clashed with my growing apprehension. Curiosity sparked within me, prompting an experiment. Instead of turning onto my familiar street, I continued straight, embarking on a longer path. To my astonishment, the car followed, maintaining that hypnotic distance that now felt oddly familiar. As raindrops began to patter on the windshield, a soothing melody filled the car, juxtaposing the tension in the air. The rivulets cascading down the windows further obscured my view of the persistent follower. I veered onto side streets, one after another, yet the car stayed in perfect sync, as if tethered to me by an invisible thread. The headlights trailed behind me, a silent companion in our nocturnal waltz through the slumbering neighborhood. Pausing at a red light, I stole a glance through the rain-splattered glass and glimpsed a figure seated motionless in the driver's seat, akin to a statue cloaked in shadow. Upon deciding to return home, the car remained faithful as a shadow, parked several yards away as if in waiting. Cutting the engine, a profound stillness enveloped the air, punctuated only by the drumming of raindrops on the car roof and the thud of my heartbeat. Through the rearview mirror, I watched as the headlights dimmed into darkness, leaving behind the murky outline of the vehicle in the dimly lit street. Summoning courage, I stepped out into the rain, shielded by my jacket, and turned to confront the enigmatic follower. Yet to my bewilderment, the street lay deserted, devoid of any trace of the car that had trailed me so faithfully. Since that eerie night, a subtle unease grips me whenever I drive after nightfall, my gaze lingering on the rear-view mirror more than necessary. On fog-laden nights, a spectral memory haunts me, a vision of those familiar headlights in the distance, patient and unwavering. I ponder whether the mysterious car continues its haunting pursuit of another unwitting traveler, or if it bides its time, waiting for the opportune moment to rejoin me in a dance through the nocturnal streets of the city. Story 27. In the hushed embrace of the night, a veil of mist draped over the world outside, turning the glow of street lamps into faint, distant stars. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I idly observed the shadows waltzing across the walls of my study, choreographed by the flickering dance of a solitary candle on the side table. The aged wooden floor exuded the familiar, comforting aroma of a well-loved home, while the only disruption to the tranquil stillness was the soft, rhythmic ticking of the pendulum clock. Lost in quiet contemplation, a peculiar sensation tugged at the edges of my consciousness. Amid the familiar silhouettes cavorting on the wall, there lurked one shadow that moved to its own enigmatic rhythm. While the others swayed in harmony with the flame's flicker, this solitary shadow seemed to possess a will of its own, as though it were exploring the very texture of the wall. Initially, I dismissed it as a trick of my weary mind, fatigued from long hours of work. With a sigh, I closed the book resting in my lap and rose from my seat to investigate this curious anomaly. As if sensing my scrutiny, the shadow timidly recoiled into the corner of the room. Drawing nearer, I focused intently on the wall, studying its plastered surface with care. The irregularities naturally cast small shadows, yet the one that had captured my attention stood out. It appeared denser, more defined, as if it were fashioned from something tangible, rather than mere absence of light. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the wall where the shadow had lingered. The surface felt cold, markedly colder than the surrounding area. In the days that followed, I discerned more peculiarities. The shadow manifested at varying times, always in my solitary moments, always when the light teetered on the edge of existence, allowing shadows to frolic but not vanish entirely. Sometimes it materialized in the corridor, other times in the kitchen, yet its behavior remained consistently curious and almost shy. One evening, while engrossed in writing at my desk, a subtle presence brushed against my senses. It was not an unsettling gaze upon me, but rather akin to the silent observation of a hidden watcher. Slowly turning, I beheld the shadow projected upon the closed door of my study. This time, it held its ground, studying me with an intensity that bordered on recognition. In that moment of shared scrutiny, a revelation struck me. The shadow lacked a discernible source. Every shadow we know is cast by a tangible object, a person, an animal. Yet this shadow existed independently, an entity unto itself. I began a silent dialogue with it, not in spoken words, but through gestures and motions. In response, it danced upon the wall, weaving shapes that almost resembled letters, ephemeral and fleeting. Occasionally, a message seemed to materialize, while other times, they dissolved into meaningless arabesques. With the passage of time, the shadow's presence evolved into a familiar, almost soothing companion. On nights when slumber eluded me, I sought its ethereal company, anticipating its distinctive movements amidst the ordinary shadows. It became a silent sentinel, a custodian of the nocturnal hours. Despite my inquiries and research efforts, the shadow's origin and true nature remained shrouded in mystery. Ancient tomes consulted, experts in the arcane consulted, all failed to provide a definitive explanation. Some posited physical anomalies, others spoke of residual energy echoes, but none captured the essence of this enigmatic presence. Now, as I pen these lines ensconced in my armchair, I spy the shadow's gentle stirrings in the periphery of my vision. It has woven itself into the fabric of my daily existence, a riddle embraced without full comprehension. I often ponder whether it too contemplates my essence, whether I am as much a puzzle to it as it is to me. The candle on the side table nears its end, foretelling the shadow's retreat into the cloak of darkness, awaiting resurrection with the birth of new light. And here I shall remain, awaiting its return, engaged in this silent communion between a man and a shadow devoid of form. Story 28. The ancient house had always murmured to me, a gentle presence in the stillness of the night. But on that winter evening, a subtle shift occurred. Outside, the snow fell softly, creating a white veil that hushed the world in a serene embrace. Seated in my favorite reading chair, enveloped in a cozy woolen blanket, I found myself captivated by the quiet crackling of the fireplace, its flames dancing in a hypnotic rhythm. The usual sounds of the house settling, the creaking of floorboards, held a new depth, a hidden layer that begged to be heard. At first, the whispers were mere echoes, like the breeze whispering through ancient stones. I paused, setting aside my book, straining to discern the elusive voices that now graced the air. They were like distant murmurs, muffled but unmistakably human in their cadence. Curiosity piqued, I reached out, pressing my palm against the rough texture of the vintage wallpaper beside me. Beneath my touch, I felt a subtle vibration, a sensation akin to a contented cat's purr. Surprisingly warm, the wall seemed to pulse with a life of its own, defying the winter's chill that lingered elsewhere in the house. Leaning closer, I pressed my ear against the wall, shutting my eyes to better focus on the enigmatic sounds that emanated from within. The voices, though still indistinct, beckoned me to follow their elusive path. Like streams meandering beneath the earth, they flowed through the walls, weaving a tapestry of whispers that traversed from room to room, sometimes fading into silence only to reappear from a different direction. The voices held a comforting familiarity, like the soft murmur of a cherished gathering. Intrigued, I began to wander through the house, my silent footsteps guiding me towards the source of the whispers. Each room whispered its own tale: in the kitchen, behind the copper pots, in the hallway, beneath the faded landscapes that adorned the walls. The words remained just out of reach, teasingly shifting and changing like elusive dreams at daybreak. The grandfather clock told midnight, its resonant chime blending harmoniously with the mysterious voices that filled the night. Standing in the dimly lit room, shadows flickering across the walls, my gaze was drawn to a peculiar bulge in the wallpaper. As I approached, the whispers grew more pronounced, the wallpaper rippling as if concealing a secret just beyond reach. Tentatively, I reached out, my fingertips brushing against the warm, pulsating surface. In that moment, amidst the surge of voices, I could swear I heard my name uttered with tender affection. The bulge receded as quickly as it had appeared, leaving behind only a lingering warmth that enveloped the room. Throughout the night, I discovered more of these mysterious bulges, each a fleeting glimpse into a hidden world of whispers and echoes. Laughter, lullabies in unknown tongues, all woven into the fabric of the house's essence. The voices never wavered in their gentle, hypnotic allure, a soothing presence that transcended the boundaries of time and space. With the arrival of dawn, the whispers gradually dissipated like morning mist, fading into the hushed stillness of daybreak. The walls, now cool to the touch, resumed their silent vigil as sunlight filtered through the window panes. The source of the voices remained a mystery, a lingering enigma that left me pondering the house's secrets and the echoes of lives past. Sometimes on quiet winter nights when the snow falls gently, the whispers return, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. Perhaps the house holds within its time-worn walls the memories of those who came before, their stories interwoven with the very fabric of its being. Or maybe, just maybe, the veil between worlds grows thin on certain nights, allowing us a fleeting glimpse into realms unseen. One thing is certain: the voices have become a cherished companion, a lullaby from a forgotten time. They serve as a gentle reminder that even in solitude, we are never truly alone. The walls of my house guard their secrets with a silent grace, sharing them only in whispers on winter nights when the world holds its breath, and the boundary between reality and imagination blurs like the faded wallpaper of old. Story 29, the autumn breeze carried soft secrets along the deserted avenues as I journeyed back from work. The street lamps painted the damp pavement with pools of golden light, casting reflections on the scattered puddles like hidden treasures waiting to be discovered. In the hush of the evening, sounds took on a surreal quality, each footfall lingering longer than expected, and the rustle of fallen leaves composing a symphony that floated in the air. It was on an unremarkable Tuesday that I first encountered him, standing motionless at the bend where Main Street curves past the ancient book emporium. Clad in layers of weathered garments, it wasn't his stillness or worn appearance that captivated me, it was the way passers-by effortlessly circled around him, leaving a perfect ring of emptiness, as if guided by unseen hands. My usual path homeward led me straight past his corner, and as I drew near, I found myself pulled into that same orbital dance, my steps naturally veering in a wider arc without conscious intent. It was then he turned his gaze to meet mine, and I beheld his eyes not the expected deep browns or blues, but pools of absolute blackness, like polished onyx capturing the essence of the night. Those eyes seemed to swallow the amber glow rather than reflect it, drawing me in with their enigmatic allure. Every evening thereafter he stood there, unwavering in his spot, unmoving in his stance. Some nights I deliberately meandered through different routes, avoiding that corner by blocks, yet even in the distance I sensed his gaze trailing me, a silent observer from afar. What puzzled me most was his lack of solicitation for alms or sustenance. Never did he extend a hand or proffer a cup. He simply observed, his obsidian eyes fixated on each passerby with a gaze both gentle and disquieting. On tranquil nights, when the wind held its breath and the traffic faded, I fancied I could discern a faint hum emanating from him. A melody unlike any known to my ears, a lullaby that resonated with something primal within me. It evoked images of distant galaxies and ancient harmonies, of songs sung ere humanity's footsteps graced the earth. One rainy twilight, a shift occurred. Approaching his corner, bracing for another encounter, I noticed a subtle change in his posture. His hand lifted, not in supplication or salutation, but pointing skyward into the veiled heavens. Instinctively, I halted and followed his gesture. The raindrops felt weighty on my skin, each one carrying a significance beyond mere moisture. Lowering my eyes, I found his gaze locked on mine, and for the first time I discerned his lips moving. His words, barely audible amidst the rain's patter, bypassed my ears to echo in the recesses of my mind. "You see it too," he murmured, not quite a statement nor a query. His voice echoed the ancient timbre of his humming, ethereal, unearthly, yet strangely comforting. That night my dreams wove tapestries of black eyes watching over slumbering cities, of sentinels standing sentinel on myriad corners through the annals of time. I dreamt of melodies that shaped existence and raindrops conveying messages from realms beyond the stars. Upon waking, my window bore intricate frost patterns, despite the autumn air's warmth defying the presence of ice. The following evening, he was absent from his corner, nor did he return the next day or the day after. The vacant space he occupied held a weight of significance, resonating more profoundly than the surrounding sidewalk. Sometimes on silent nights when the lamps flickered just so, I caught fleeting glimpses of what might be his reflection in the puddles pooling at that very corner. The black eyes continued to observe, now seemingly peering outward from beneath the watery surface. Other pedestrians still skirted that specific spot, unwittingly creating that perfect circle of emptiness, though the reason eluded them. And on rare occasions, when the wind carried that haunting melody, I'd pause, gazing skyward, pondering the enigmatic messages concealed within the rain. I've never encountered another mendicant with eyes of darkness, yet now I realize he was not a beggar at all. He embodied something different, a presence that had chosen that corner to watch, to wait, and perchance to remind us that certain enigmas are destined to remain beyond our grasp. Each evening I continue to traverse past that corner on my way home. At times I pause to listen for that ancient lullaby, and occasionally when the moonlight dances on the puddles just so, I glimpse those black eyes reflected back at me in every shimmering pool. And in that moment a sense of solace envelops me, knowing that whatever his essence, whatever his purpose, he persists in overseeing our tranquil streets as the world gradually surrenders to nightfall. Story 30, the autumn rain whispered against my office window, a gentle lullaby as I immersed myself in my study. The world outside seemed to hush, cocooned in a symphony of raindrops creating a tranquil, almost hypnotic aura. A soft golden light spilled from my desk lamp, casting a warm glow on the aged pages of historical manuscripts I diligently sorted for the city's archive. And then she appeared. A solitary figure traversing the square beneath a vibrant scarlet umbrella, a splash of vivid color amidst the muted palette of autumnal grays and browns. There was a mysterious cadence to her movements, a rhythmic dance that harmonized effortlessly with the rain's gentle percussion. Each evening, like clockwork, the woman with the red umbrella graced the square with her presence. Her nightly passage became a ritual for me, a moment tinged with burgeoning intrigue. Yet her face remained veiled, obscured by the shadow of her umbrella and the mist of rain that faithfully trailed in her wake. One fateful night, as I watched her customary traverse, a subtle shift occurred. The woman paused in the square's center, briefly turning towards my window. My heart quickened as I caught a fleeting glimpse of what seemed like a smile on her ethereal visage, bathed in the dim glow of the street lamps. In an instant, she resumed her journey, fading into the evening's embrace. Subsequently, peculiar occurrences began to unfold. Water stains materialized on the very documents I meticulously archived, as if touched by rain-dampened fingers. The delicate yet persistent fragrance of antique roses permeated the study during twilight hours, defying all logic with closed windows. One evening, a forgotten relic surfaced on my desk, an aged black and white photograph previously unseen. It depicted the square as it stood 50 years past, a figure wielding a red umbrella amidst the crowd, the sole burst of color in the faded tableau. Inscribed on the photo's reverse was an elegant script marking a date, October 15, 1973. Delving into the archives, I unraveled the tale of Sarah Thompson, a young librarian who once graced the same building I now occupied decades ago. Renowned for her scarlet umbrella and fervor for ancient tomes, her life met a tragic end in that very square on a rainy night akin to countless others. As I pored over her history, the scent of roses intensified. The rain's pitter-patter assumed a melodic cadence, akin to a forgotten lullaby softly hummed. The The pages of the documents I perused fluttered gently as if brushed by an invisible zephyr. Raising my gaze to the window, I beheld her closer than ever before. The red umbrella now folded, her countenance clear to me. Her eyes exuded kindness, her smile exuding tranquility. No fear gripped me, only a profound sense of sorrow and comprehension. From that evening onward, the woman with the red umbrella ceased her nocturnal sojourns across the square. Yet on rainy nights, when the archive falls into a hush and shadows waltz upon the walls, I catch echoes of her footsteps and the faint aroma of antique roses. Occasionally, as I peruse ancient texts, I spy fresh droplets of water on the pages, as if someone had just grazed the paper with rain-dampened fingers. I often muse on whether Sarah still watches over her beloved books, if her spirit lingers in the rain with her red umbrella in tow. This tale remains my cherished secret, shared solely between myself and the library's spectral inhabitants. And whenever raindrops patter against the windows, a smile tugs at my lips, for I know that somewhere, amidst the folds of time, a woman with a red umbrella continues her eternal promenade. Story 31. The autumn fog draped the park like a gentle cloak of gray silk, as leaves twirled lazily in the cool evening breeze. Meandering along the gravel path, I relished the earthy aroma mingling with the soft crunch of my steps. Dim street lamps cast hazy halos in the mist, offering faint illumination ahead. And there it was, a dark coat, neatly folded on a weathered wooden bench, untouched by any soul at that late hour. The garment exuded an air of deliberate placement, as if each crease held a secret intention. Drawing closer, I watched as the wool absorbed the mist's moisture, revealing its fine craftsmanship. Mother-of-pearl buttons shimmered faintly under the fading light, adding to the coat's elegance. Still warm to the touch, it seemed as though its wearer had just slipped out of it, a notion that piqued my curiosity rather than fear. Delving into the pockets, I hoped for a clue to unravel the mystery, yet they yielded only a lone bus ticket from 1985. Time seemed to halt as I examined this relic of the past, its yellowed paper pristine despite the years gone by. Seating myself beside the coat, I let my mind wander amidst the thickening fog. A delicate scent of lavender and pipe tobacco wafted from the fabric, conjuring memories of yesteryears and faded photographs. Upon closer inspection, I discovered faint initials, JM, sewn in golden thread, barely discernible. The park's silence was broken by a distant melody, ancient music that floated like a half-remembered dream. Rising from the bench, I strained to locate the source, but the music eluded my grasp, emanating from all directions and none. When I turned back to the coat, it had shifted ever so slightly, its fold disrupted, a button catching the light in a new way. Yet the park seemed devoid of any other presence. Time crept by at an eerie pace, the fog enveloping everything in a tight embrace. Shadows flickered from the streetlights, dancing on the fallen leaves, while the music waned in the background. Lost in thoughts of JM's identity and the coat's purpose, a gentle touch brushed my shoulder, fleeting as a whisper of wind. Startled, I spun around, only to be met by the swirling mist. The coat now appeared weathered, as if time had hastened its aging, fading its colors further. Respecting its enigmatic presence, I left it undisturbed and walked away. In that moment, the music swelled briefly, a waltz unfamiliar yet strangely nostalgic. The following day, drawn by curiosity, I returned to find the bench empty, save for the lingering imprint of the coat and a fresh bus ticket dated that very day. Even now, on misty evenings, passing by that bench, the distant melody lingers, entwined with the scent of lavender and tobacco. Sometimes, as the streetlights flicker in the fog, I glimpse the silhouette of a refined figure strolling through the park, only to fade into the dancing shadows of leaves in the evening breeze. Story 32. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my quaint country home, weaving a soothing melody that harmonized with the gentle creaking of the wooden floor beneath my feet. It was an autumn evening where reality and fantasy intertwined seamlessly. Leaves outside swirled in the dark, casting ethereal shadows on the hallway walls bathed in a soft, foggy glow. Nestled in my beloved armchair, holding a cup of now-chilled chamomile tea, I idly watched as the light from the floor lamp painted a radiant circle on the ground. A subtle shift lingered in the air that night, a mysterious presence that eluded my grasp. Perhaps it was the thickness of the air or the profound silence that enveloped the house, almost palpable in its intensity. I stood up slowly, lured by a flicker in my peripheral vision. The hallway leading to the bedrooms appeared elongated, as if stretching beyond its usual confines. Shadows loomed in the corners, dense and alive, drawing me in with their enigmatic allure. Pausing at the threshold of the living room, I peered into the deepening darkness at the hallway's end. The temperature dropped gradually as I ventured forward, the floor emitting unfamiliar sounds beneath my steps. Family portraits on the walls seemed to gaze at me with altered expressions, their familiar faces slightly distorted. Midway down the hallway, a peculiar scent wafted to my nostrils, an ancient fragrance of aged books and damp wood foreign to my home. I turned to the window, rain creating intricate patterns on the glass, following an inscrutable design. And there, amidst the shifting shadows, I caught sight of it, a darker shadow than the rest, moving with an otherworldly grace along the opposite wall, detached from any visible source. It possessed a solidity, a misty form that defied explanation. The shadow glided tentatively, as if acknowledging my presence. Observing without fear, I felt a strange sense of recognition, as if it had always lingered there, waiting to be noticed. Pausing by the guest room door, it took on a vaguely human shape. Intrigued, I inched closer, and the shadow quivered in response, the rain-esque whispers now a constant murmur, almost decipherable in an unknown tongue. The chill in the air was not unwelcome, like a cool embrace on a warm night. The shadow began to move towards me, its movements fluid, akin to a slow-motion dance. I stood transfixed as it neared, stopping just a few paces away. In the hush of the house, my heartbeat sounded steady and calm. The shadow inclined slightly, a silent greeting. Acting on impulse, I raised my hand. Mirroring my gesture, the shadow seemed to form a hand of its own, a warmth radiating where our hands almost touched. With a graceful motion, the shadow began to dissipate, vanishing like smoke carried by an invisible breeze, leaving behind a faint scent of jasmine and a profound serenity. Time seemed suspended as I lingered in the hallway, the rain-esque song fading into the night. Returning to the living room, I found my tea still warm, as though time had paused during our encounter. Since that fateful evening on rainy nights, I tread the hallway with a watchful eye on the shadows. Sometimes, a familiar figure dances at the edge of my vision, a silent companion in the darkness. The mystery of that shadow remains unsolved, yet its presence left me not with fear, but a profound understanding. Some enigmas require no explanation. The hallway now holds its secret, and on quiet nights, as rain taps against the windows, I await, filled with both curiosity and peace, for another encounter with the shadow that dances beyond the hallway. Story 33. The rain's gentle cadence on the roof of the ancestral home wove a spellbinding tune as I sifted through the final remnants of my grandmother's legacy. Nostalgia hung heavy in the air, mingling with the fragrance of aged wood and swirling dust particles basking in the sun's waning glow seeping through the cream drapes. Each item I unearthed seemed to murmur tales of yesteryears, whispering forgotten memories. It was in the last box that I stumbled upon a weathered, dark, leather-bound photo album. Though the cover bore the marks of time at its edges, the material retained a softness only years could bestow. My fingertips grazed its surface as I placed it on the ancient oak table in the living room. A faint scent of mold and aged paper wafted from the album's pages. The black and white photographs within painted vignettes of family history, weddings, birthdays, summer escapades. Smiling faces of long-lost kin greeted me, their features mirrored in subsequent generations. The rustle of pages harmonized with the rain's persistent drumming on the window panes. Pausing at a photograph captured in the garden, sunlight bathing a summer luncheon scene, I spotted my grandmother, radiant in a floral dress, seated with her siblings. Soft shadows caressed their joyous faces, yet one figure stood apart, a mystery in the frame. Clad in a light dress veiling her face with a wide-brimmed hat, she seemed unfamiliar. Not a character from the tales spun around holiday feasts. Retrieving the photograph for a closer inspection, I discovered a date inscribed in my grandmother's elegant script on the back. Summer 1956, and nothing more. No clue to the enigmatic presence. A chill breeze swept through the room, stirring the curtains as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting everything in twilight's veil of uncertainty. Flicking on the table lamp, its warm glow bathed the room in a soft embrace. Revisiting the photograph under the new light, a disquieting detail emerged. The mysterious figure's shadow defied logic, diverging from the others as if lit from a different source. A shiver traced my spine. Fragmented memories surfaced of a hushed conversation between my mother and aunt, discussing a woman who had briefly crossed paths with the family before vanishing without a trace. The rain's melody intensified, lulling me into a trance. The figure in the photograph seemed to sharpen, the rest blurring slightly, beckoning me to decipher its concealed message. Tilting the photograph, faint markings in the corner caught my eye, barely visible words etched with delicate strokes. Under the lamplight, a phrase materialized: "She always sees." Returning the photograph to its place in the album, I couldn't bring myself to close it shut. A silent plea urged me to delve deeper into the hidden narrative, to unravel the secrets veiled within the house's walls. How many untold stories lingered within these aged confines, how many mysteries lay frozen in time's hush. Night descended, enfolding the house in a blanket of tranquility. Nestled in an armchair by the window, the album resting on my lap, I drifted into contemplation. Who was she, this mysterious woman? What had she witnessed, and did her gaze linger still? Leaving the album open on the table, I readied for bed, stealing a final glance from the threshold. For a fleeting moment, bathed in the lamp's flickering glow, it seemed as though the figure had shifted, as if meeting my gaze. Yet it could have been a trick of shadows, or perhaps a deeper enigma, a riddle destined to dwell within the weathered pages of a bygone era. Story 34. I always awaken in the same manner, enveloped in a weighty embrace that drapes over me like a cloak of lead. The room is awash in a gentle glow, a pearlescent light that appears to emanate from no discernible source. The walls exhibit an elusive hue, shifting shades each time I avert my gaze. The ceiling soars high above, far beyond the typical height of a bedroom, vanishing into a velvety darkness reminiscent of a night sky devoid of stars. The bed where I lie is plush, almost excessively so. Silken sheets glide across my skin with a mesmerizing whisper when I stir. A fragrance lingers in the air, sweet and redolent of something familiar yet elusive, reminiscent of lavender or perhaps vanilla, though each attempt to pinpoint it results in a shift to a different essence. Time meanders peculiarly within this space. Shadows elongate and recede as if animated by a will of their own, waltzing upon the walls in a languid and hypnotic cadence. The silence remains unbroken, a subtle backdrop noise, akin to the distant breath of a deep slumber or perhaps the echo of my own heartbeat resounding in the vacant expanse. Rising from the bed, my bare feet sink into a carpet so luxuriant it rivals walking on clouds. The room is sparsely adorned. Aside from the bed, there stands an antiquated dark wood desk, a burgundy velvet armchair, and an oval mirror framed in gold. The mirror consistently remains misted, as if a recent steamy shower had been taken, yet no bathroom is within view. Approaching the desk, an array of items always awaits. Today, a weathered leather-bound journal, a fountain pen with midnight blue ink, and a steaming cup of tea. The tea exudes warmth, though I have no recollection of its preparation. Journal's pages lie blank, yet upon brushing them with my fingertips, faint impressions of words seem to linger on the paper, as if inscribed in invisible ink. The armchair beckons me to rest, and I comply. The velvet yields a warmth to the touch, as if recently vacated. From this vantage, a peculiar anomaly catches my eye in the wall before me, a subtle pulsation, akin to the rhythmic breath of a slumbering form. Rising to inspect this phenomenon, the wall solidifies, devoid of movement. I seek a door, as is my habit. I am aware it must exist, concealed somewhere. My hands traverse the walls, tracing every minute irregularity, every minor crevice. At times, a handle outline seems within reach, only to dissipate like morning mist upon my grasp. The misted mirror captures my attention. Through its haze, my reflection is discernible, yet an uncanny peculiarity taints the image. Movements appear slightly delayed, as if my mirrored self hesitates before mirroring my actions. Occasionally, when the mist momentarily lifts, a glimpse of another figure observing me through the glass flickers. Time ebbs irregularly. The luminosity ebbs and flows in a cadence divorced from day and night. Occasionally, I sit in the armchair, perusing the journal for what feels like moments, only to realize the room's shadows have shifted as if hours have passed. Reclining upon the bed once more, I gaze at the limitless expanse of the ceiling. The sheets envelop me as though imbued with a life of their own, cradling me in a comforting embrace. The fragrance in the air intensifies, evoking memories of my grandmother's perfume, freshly baked cookies, or the scent of rain on a summer meadow. Drifting into slumber once more, a fragment of my consciousness ponders the existence of an escape route, or if perhaps, deep down, I harbor no desire to discover it. The room has intertwined itself with my essence, or perhaps I have eternally been a part of the room, ensnared in an unending cycle of wakefulness and reverie, where the boundaries between reality and fantasy meld like hues on a freshly painted canvas. Story 35. The night enveloped the house in a shroud of profound tranquility, broken only by the soft tap-tap-tapping of raindrops on the window panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the shadows pirouette on the walls, moving in sync with the flickering flames of the fireplace. The warmth enveloped me like a snug embrace, while the fragrance of burning wood intertwined with the delicate scent of vanilla tea cradled in my hands. In that moment of utter peace, a peculiar sight caught my eye in my niece's toy room, visible through the slightly open door. An old porcelain music box, a keepsake from Grandma, seemed to exude a faint bluish luminescence. I couldn't recall ever seeing it shine so brightly before. Slowly, I stood up from the armchair, placing the teacup on the wooden side table. Each soft footstep on the floor echoed a gentle creak, blending harmoniously with the rain's rhythmic melody, creating a hypnotic symphony. As I drew nearer to the door, the glow intensified yet retained its softness, reminiscent of moonlight dancing on tranquil waters. The toy room was a haven of reminiscence and enchantment. Weathered shelves housed Victorian-clad porcelain dolls, vibrant toy trains, and plush animals with gentle gazes. The music box held a prominent spot on the central shelf, encircled by tiny crystals my niece had gathered during her garden strolls. The porcelain ballerina perched atop the music box, usually frozen in her eternal pose, swayed ever so slightly, as if kissed by an unseen breeze. Drawing closer, I noticed the room's temperature was notably cooler than the rest of the house. My breath materialized in the air, forming wispy clouds, while the crystals around the music box seemed to respond to its glow, casting miniature rainbows on the walls. The ballerina continued her subtle dance, and I could almost hear a faint melody in the distance, a musical whisper from a bygone era. I extended my hand towards the music box, and in that instant the blue light pulsed gently. The other dolls on the shelf appeared to have turned their heads to glance in my direction, but upon blinking they resumed their original positions. The melody grew clearer. It was Grandma's lullaby, a tune I had believed faded from memory long ago. The music box began to rotate of its own accord, ever so slowly. The ballerina moved with an unearthly grace, her motions fluid like a real dancer's. The crystals now projected intricate patterns on the ceiling, weaving designs that seemed to narrate tales of ancient times. The room's atmosphere thickened with memories, as though time itself had condensed around that small, enchanting object. I stood transfixed, spellbound by the spectacle unfolding before me. The music box's melody intertwined with the rain's patter, composing a symphony that spoke of yearning and enigmatic truths. The shadows in the room seemed to waltz to the music's cadence, and for a fleeting moment I sensed I was not alone in witnessing this private exhibition. Slowly the melody began to fade, like a dream slipping away at dawn. The blue light of the music box dimmed to a faint glimmer, and the ballerina's dance gradually slowed until she came to a standstill. Silence reigned once more, but it was a different silence, pregnant with significance and enigma. Returning to my armchair, I lifted my now tepid tea. As I gazed at the dwindling embers in the fireplace, thoughts of Grandma and her penchant for objects steeped in history flooded my mind. I pondered whether she had ever encountered something akin to this, if the music box had always harbored that magic, or if it was a rare gift bestowed upon select moments and observers. Since that night, whenever I pass by the toy room, I steal a glance at the music box. Occasionally, a fleeting blue radiance catches my eye, or the first notes of that forgotten lullaby seem to echo in the air. Yet perhaps it's merely memories pirouetting in my mind, much like that porcelain ballerina on that rainy, mysterious night. Story 36. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my study, creating a soothing symphony that mingled with the crackling of the fireplace. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I gazed absently at the new addition adorning the wall, an antique painting portraying an autumn scene. Discovered in a quaint antique shop, I was drawn to its rich hues and the enigmatic aura it emitted. The aged golden frame shimmered in the dancing firelight, casting flickering reflections across the walls. That night, as the storm outside intensified, a peculiar occurrence captured my attention within the painting. The painted leaves appeared to sway gently, as if brushed by an unseen breeze. Initially, I attributed it to the fire's shadows, yet the longer I observed, the more I discerned a subtle alteration. The colors seemed more vibrant, more profound than my initial impression. The path winding through the painting, once obscured by trees, now appeared elongated and meandering, as if extending beyond the canvas's confines. Rising slowly from my seat, I approached the painting. An unusual coolness enveloped the air around it, contrasting sharply with the fireplace's warmth. Running my fingers lightly over the canvas, I encountered a peculiar smoothness, almost silky to the touch. A faint scent of damp earth and wet leaves wafted from the frame, so lifelike it blurred the line between reality and artistry. As I scrutinized these curious anomalies, a movement in the painting's upper corner drew my gaze. Amidst the branches of an ancient tree, something stirred, not merely a trick of light and shadow, but a deliberate motion, as if a presence lurked among the painted foliage. My heart quickened, not from fear, but from an insatiable curiosity. Stepping back, I sought a clearer view. It was then that I noticed the brushstrokes shifting direction autonomously, crafting new pathways and forms in the landscape. Trees swayed gently, as though responding to an ethereal breeze. In the distance, previously shrouded in mist, the outline of a small structure began to materialize. The rain's patter outside transformed into a soft murmur, harmonizing with the painting's movements. Settling back into my armchair, I became wholly engrossed in the spectacle unfolding before me. The room expanded, deepened, as if the painting slowly extended its reach into reality. Throughout the night, the painting underwent a gradual metamorphosis. Autumnal hues intensified and waned in a hypnotic cycle, unveiling shades unseen before. The distant structure sharpened, a stone cottage with a chimney emitting smoke and windows aglow with a golden light. I pondered if inhabitants resided within that painted abode, and if they could perceive me, seated in my armchair, peering at them through that mystical window masquerading as a painting. Strangely, the notion did not unsettle me. Instead, a tranquility suffused me, as though I had stumbled upon a clandestine gateway where truth and fiction intertwined seamlessly. As the night waned, the painting continued its deliberate transformation. At times, I glimpsed figures strolling the path. Other instances, they dissolved into mere shadows frolicking among the trees. Each attempt to focus on these apparitions resulted in their gentle dispersion, akin to fleeting dream memories upon awakening. With dawn tinting the sky pink, the painting gradually reverted to its original state. The leaves stilled, the colors normalized, and the distant cottage faded into the morning mist. Only the lingering fragrance of damp leaves remained, a solitary testament to the nocturnal revelations. Since that night, I sit in my armchair each evening, watching the painting with patient anticipation. Occasionally, it discloses its mysteries. Other times, it remains silent like any ordinary artwork. Yet I am certain that behind that canvas lies an entire realm, one that stirs when the world slumbers, beckoning only to those willing to observe with unwavering patience. Story 37. Winter nights have a way of casting a spell, especially when the fog weaves its mysterious cloak around the world. Picture this: I was nestled in my study, cocooned in the gentle embrace of a woolen blanket, as the outside world blurred into a shimmering mist through my window. The soft glow of my desk lamp painted the room in a soothing light, casting dancing shadows that whispered secrets along the book-lined walls. In that tranquil moment, a glint in the glass caught my eye, a sight both unfamiliar and strangely known. There sat a small, enigmatic wooden box, its dark surface intricately etched with ever-shifting patterns that seemed to dance with a life of their own. I couldn't recall ever owning such a curious object, yet there it sat, perched on the edge of my desk as if it had always belonged there. The wood pulsed faintly in the dim light, as though whispering ancient tales. With a rustle, I rose from my chair, the blanket slipping to the floor with a hushed sigh that mingled with the soft creak of the floorboards beneath my feet. As I drew closer, a nostalgic scent of aged wood and beeswax enveloped me, stirring up forgotten memories buried deep within. My fingertips grazed the warm surface of the box, tracing the intricate carvings that seemed to morph with each passing glance. The scenes etched on the box shifted before my eyes: a moonlit forest, a tempestuous sea, a star-strewn sky, and an eternal night. Each moment painted a new story, a new mystery to unravel. It dawned on me that this enigmatic box, with its ever-changing carvings, had visited me in my dreams in various guises over the past weeks. Its presence, now tangible and real, sent a shiver down my spine, a ripple through the fabric of time. In the stillness of the room, the grandfather clock's ticking slowed to a hush, as if holding its breath in anticipation. The shadows cast by the lamp danced across the walls, their movements growing more intricate, more mesmerizing. With a steady hand, I lifted the box, surprised by its weight, by the promise of secrets hidden within its compact frame. No lock adorned its surface, yet I sensed a pulsing energy, a silent invitation to unravel its mysteries. The carvings converged towards the lid's center, forming a pattern unknown to me. The wood hummed under my touch, resonating with a blend of beeswax and another, more elusive fragrance that tugged at the edges of my memory. And then it happened. A soft, melodic hum emanated from within the box, a lullaby of forgotten dreams that beckoned me closer. My eyelids grew heavy, weighed down by an unexpected drowsiness, as the lamp's glow pulsed in tandem with the hypnotic melody. I awoke later, still seated at my desk, the fog outside dispersed to reveal a starlit sky. The box had vanished, leaving behind a lingering imprint on the desk, a ghostly reminder of its presence. As I prepared for bed, a faint carving on my hand caught my eye, mirroring those on the box, softly glowing in the dim light. Since that fateful night, the box has continued to visit me in dreams, each time with a new tale to tell, a new truth to unravel. It seeks to convey a message, a riddle waiting to be deciphered. Every morning, the carving on my hand evolves, inching closer to a revelation only time can unveil. I ponder if others too have glimpsed this mysterious box in their dreams, if they too bear the unseen marks of a world that blurs the lines between reality and fantasy. The boundary between dream and waking life fades, and the box emerges as a bridge between realms, a doorway to hidden truths waiting to be discovered. As I pen these words, the scent of beeswax lingers in the air, a subtle reminder of the mysteries that await in the realm of dreams. Tonight, as sleep beckons, I know the box will be there, whispering its secrets, weaving its enigmatic tales in the tapestry of the night.